And a very good evening to you on this Saturday. Thanks for tuning in to 6 News for our live, unrivaled coverage of the New South Wales state election, where voters have decided it's over now. Polling has closed. Who will lead them for the next 4 years? Will it be a record, another term for the coalition government? Will Labor be back in power for the first time since 2011? Or could, as many people are predicting, there be a hung parliament and therefore a minority government? And in that case, who is going to have an impact? The Greens and the Independents. Also, in the upper house, One Nation could be a big factor. Legalise cannabis, the Liberal Democrats even. We're going to be covering that all for you tonight. Reminder, for any comments you have, any questions, let us know. Leave them in the live chat. You can do that on YouTube, and make sure you have subscribed, clicked all notifications as well. If you want to support more coverage like this, head to Patreon, patreon.com/SIXNewsAU, and you can support us for just $4 a month. So make sure you are staying with us all night. We're going to be bringing you the results. We'll have the ticker at the bottom of your screen with the latest updates. And of course, it's going to be a few minutes until it starts rolling in. Again, polls closed about 1.5 minutes ago. So again, we've got our great team for you tonight, right across the country, and of course in New South Wales, as you'd expect in a New South Wales election. Want to bring in, first of all, our law and government editor, and for tonight, our election analyst, Stuart Jeffrey. He is in Queensland, and you're going to be hearing that a lot of our team is there, but he has been following this very closely. Stuart, one interesting thing, and this was covered in your Commonwealth Knowledge piece today, that New South Wales has in lower house elections is optional preferential voting. Just explain that to people who are completely unaware.
Yes, of course, when you're voting in a federal election or in most of the elections in Australia, you have to list, say, 1 to 8 or 1 to 7 for every candidate on the ballot paper for the lower house. You have to put a number beside their name. In New South Wales, that's not the case. You only have to number one candidate. So you can do 1, you can do 4, or you can do all of them. It's entirely up to you.
Yeah, it's such an interesting thing there, and we've had, and we'll actually discuss this later when we bring in Heidi Peachner, our New South Wales reporter. But we've seen those tactics from the Liberals who were saying just vote 1 for them. Now, obviously, it's fair enough, that they'll be in most contests. Actually, I think they'll be in pretty much. I'd be willing to bet they'd be in all contests anyway, bar like the Greens held seats anyway. But still, if a minor party voter, like I think One Nation was being targeted by the Liberals in their signage. If a minor party voter, let's use One Nation as the example, puts just 1 for One Nation, naturally in a federal election where you have to number all, you'd assume they'd put somewhere one of the coalition parties second or somewhere down the line. If they don't, that vote exhausts and could potentially help Labor, couldn't it?
Correct. If One Nation is not out of the voting, then that person's ballot is no longer usable because they haven't listed any other figures. On the other hand, though, it does reduce the chance of having informal votes, because a lot of people just normally vote, like in federal elections, for example, as I said in the CCAP piece earlier today, it's about 2% difference in informal voting, because people who list just number 1, their vote now counts in New South Wales, rather than federally where you have to number all of them for your vote to count. So it does mean more votes are counted, but it does mean that preferences exhaust easily, which is what you're talking about there, where once One Nation's removed from the rounds, that ballot paper is no longer usable.
And I was going to say, Stuart, that other thing is, of course, the just vote 1 advice from the Liberals. They've been specific, and they've said it only applies to the lower house, the Legislative Assembly, because, and of course we stress they're only recommendations officially, but they've put the Liberal Democrats as second, and that is their only recommended preference in the upper house. Liberal Democrats being right next to them on this ticket, and that could potentially give John Ruddock, who we'll be speaking to later, the lead candidate, a decent chance. They're not preferencing One Nation. They're going just solely for the LDP.
Correct. And, of course, because they're right beside each other, that means you're not going to have much of a chance of people mistaking the Liberal Democrats for the Liberal Party. So it does reduce that, which is what, in fact, David Linehelm, their former federal senator elected in 2013, he admitted that that's probably what carried him over the line in 2013, when they didn't have as much brand recognition. Now they don't have that excuse to fall back on. So now they can't rely on that, and they have to rely purely on a policy base or on getting preferences for winning votes, not just their name, which is pretty accurate given that after this election they're going to have to change their name, because of course they can no longer run with Liberal Democrats at a federal level, so they'll have to rechange all of their branding, both federal, state, and territory level now because of the result of that decision last year.
Yeah, and we spoke to John Ruddock about that, and he's saying it only affects it, and he's right. It was an AEC federal decision, but of course, well, it wasn't an AEC, just it was High Court and all that. But regardless, point being, officially they can stay under Liberal Democrats, but having two different brands would be a weird move. They do have, of course, that one MP in David Limbrick in Victoria. Stuart, we'll keep coming back to you throughout the night. Thank you. All right. Well, look, obviously, being a New South Wales state election, we want to speak to people from New South Wales. We want to bring in our New South Wales reporter, Heidi Peachner, who has been, covering this campaign closely. Heidi, good to chat. Look, when we last spoke at the federal election, or when we did last do election coverage, I should say, with you, it was, certainly Labor was the big story. When we've got talk of a hung parliament seriously here, it seems like the big impact could be Teal independence.
Yeah, so we've seen in seats like mine, there are a large amount of Teal independents and those who are speaking out for them quite publicly. So it's quite like an interesting topic to be covering, seeing as there's such a large support for them. But it doesn't seem as important at this election as it did last year at federal. So we're not seeing such a large influence in the Teal independence campaigns.
Yeah, and look, I'm in the federal seat of Kooyong, state seat of Hawthorn. I know all about these Teal campaigns. You see them everywhere. Of course, there was no Teal wave in Victoria. It'll be interesting to see if there is one in New South Wales tonight. We're hoping to speak to a few independent candidates a little later. But in terms of what Labor's doing in like your area and the neighbouring seats, are they doing anything? Are they doing any on-the-ground campaigning? Is there any Labor presence in seats where you'd expect it now to be a Liberal versus Teal contest?
Yeah, in areas like mine and neighbouring electorates, we're not seeing a lot of Labor force. We're not seeing Labor volunteers, hardly any posters or advertising at all for the Labor Party. And it's mostly just a fight between the Liberal Party and the Teal Independents or the Independent Party, as we see in Michael Reagan.
Yeah, and I was going to say the other thing I brought up with Stuart, which is appropriate to talk about here, is, of course, the Liberals putting in the Just Vote One tactic. Now, it is, officially, and you can absolutely just vote one, and it will be a formal vote in New South Wales. But still, it really just seems to be targeting, especially these seats like yours, where there could be a strong independent challenger that might have a chance of actually winning.
Yeah, so we're seeing it a lot in areas like mine. So there's a high amount of these posters plastered everywhere. And there are also combatant posters from independent parties and independent candidates. So it's become quite a major issue that the other parties are trying to combat with their own advertising. But these posters don't specifically say that they are Liberal, except for a very, very small logo in the corner. So it could signify misleading to the public.
That has been some of the allegations that have been brought up. Yeah, it's all in black and white too, but still an interesting tactic. Interesting, I also believe that Labor's putting out their number every ballot, same kind of style, black and white, but they're putting a number every ballot on there. So should be interesting. We'll be we'll be crossing back to you a little later, and of course, you'll be on the ground at one of those independent events shortly. Heidi Peachner, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Well, look, those promises have been made from the leaders for ages now. They made their final pitches today. Dominic Perrottet, the Liberal leader, who came to power only about 18 months ago following Gladys Berejiklian's resignation, and, of course, Chris Minns, the Labor leader. He is aiming, as we've said before, to be the first Labor Premier since 2011. Well, our political editor, Roman McKinnon, he'll be joining us live shortly, but he took a look at some of those key promises being made.
All week, New South Wales party leaders and candidates have hit the campaign trail, and with the election set to be decided tonight, it looks set to be a close race, with a hung parliament being a possibility. The current Premier, Dominic Perrottet, and New South Wales Labor leader Chris Minns have never contested an election as party leaders, and both must win seats tomorrow to form a majority government. Mr Perrottet spent Friday in the Willoughby and North Shore electorates, while Mr Minns toured the Western Sydney electorates of Parramatta and Auburn. These areas are considered critical for each party's prospects tonight. The coalition government is fighting to hold on after several scandals, high-profile resignations, and a struggling economy. It faces threats from Labor in Sydney's west and south of the state, and from a clutch of Teal and independent candidates in the city's east. Meanwhile, Labor needs to pick up at least 9 seats to form a majority government, with Mr Minns facing a tricky challenge from high-profile independent Troy Stoltz. Roman McKinnon, 6 News.
Roman McKinnon reporting there. Again, would love to hear your thoughts in the live chat. Keep them coming through to us. Monique's talking about the young generation in the live chat, and of course, a lot of young candidates out there, a lot of people voting for the first time. So we'll be waiting to see the impact of that. And you're probably watching the youngest coverage you can imagine here on 6 News. So thanks for choosing us tonight. Roman McKinnon, he is our political editor. We will cross to him live now. Roman, good evening to you. We just heard it there. Now, I don't think Chris Minns will necessarily lose his seat. I mean, you'd expect there to be a uniform swing to Labor tonight, or at least a swing in his own seat. But still, for a party leader to be on a 0.1% margin, I mean, he'd have that in the back of his mind, I imagine.
Most definitely, Leo, and I think that'll be a very interesting race to see how that might happen. As you mentioned, there will possibly be a swing towards him in a few hours' time, when we see some of the results starting to play out, and maybe see a little bit of a picture of who might govern and be the 47th Premier, and if Chris Minns will be the 47th Premier of New South Wales. His seat of Kogarah is on a 0.1 knife edge, so it'll be really, really close, and no doubt have that in the back of his mind when campaigning, not only to campaign across the state, but also in his own seat, just to make sure he can win that and then become Premier if he does the right campaigning and does win tonight.
I'll say this, a party leader losing his seat in an election where you'd probably win broadly would be extraordinary. Again, I don't think it's going to happen. Now says, I doubt Minns loses. I'd agree with that analysis. We got more comments coming in. Aiden 11 says, any polling in Minns' seat suggests he'll come close to losing. I don't actually think we've seen any polling there, but it'll be interesting because I believe there's only 4 candidates, being Greens, Liberal himself, and Troy Stoltz, the independent we mentioned there. We spoke to him, and of course the big issue is, of course, gambling reform, and that might be a big issue, and we'll touch on this later when it comes to who eventually forms government. The crossbenchers, a lot of independents, the Teal independents, have that as a big demand here. So an optional preferential voting, we'll keep coming back to this all night, that surely will play a factor as well. By the way, that is a notional 0.1% swing. We should add it was about 1.6% last election, but notionally 0.1%. Regardless, still I think it was the closest in the state anyway. Roman, of course, the other thing here is, of course, when we discussed in the package, where the Liberals need to hold on. And there seems to be 2 areas, kind of southwest Sydney, and then also their traditional kind of North Shore seats, the seats and the areas they lost only about a year ago in the federal election.
Yeah, well, it's been really interesting to see what they can hold on to, especially at this election. As you know, what happens in politics, the government does not get better into their 4th term. They're going into their 4th term, 12-year coalition government. So it'll be really, really hard for the coalition to win here. Obviously, that landslide defeat of Labor and the whole New South Wales Labor kind of 50, 75 years or so behind that in 2011, and they've governed for 12 years since. So it'll be really challenging for Dominic Perrottet to continue that for another 4 years. This will be the 5th election in a row where voters will have to judge a different premier and a different government that wasn't in charge the term before. So that'll be really interesting about how New South Wales voters will make up their mind.
Absolutely, Roman. We'll come back to you a little later. Thank you very much. All right, well, joining us now, we've been discussing independence throughout the broadcast today, is Helen Conway. We actually caught up only a few days ago. She is running as one of those many independent candidates focused on issues like climate and integrity. Helen, how are you tonight? So how have you found pre-polling and polling day as well today? I mean, it reminds me when I think of the Kooyong where we had Teal independent. Think we've just lost her actually there. We're going to come back to her in a second. Uh, Actually, no, we can bring her in. Helen Conway's back with us. So you just mentioned there, I'm not actually sure that went out, but been a long day. So how have you found pre-polling and polling?
Look, it's been terrific. It's been a great opportunity to continue to connect with the community and understand what the community wants. And we've been very encouraged by the support we've received. I've spent all day going around the various polling booths in North Shore, and the response has been very positive for us.
Yeah, and it certainly reminds me, I think, back to 2022 federal and also Victorian elections where you had a lot of momentum behind independent candidates, many who had the description teal. And I think you've mentioned before your shirt's more of an aqua, more of a turquoise, but still the issues, the same issues, the climate, the integrity issues, which seem to be at play here in New South Wales as well. Speaking to voters, have you found that they are indeed the ones you're campaigning on, the issues you're campaigning on, they are indeed the issues voters do care about?
Look, they are the issues, but look, the overriding concern is that the community feels that they've been ignored and they actually want to have more involvement in politics. And they think over the last 10 years, they've had little opportunity to engage and be empowered. And I think what the independence movement has done is show people that there is a way of doing politics differently and they can, in fact, get engaged. So that's a really encouraging development, I think, across the independence campaigns and certainly within North Shore.
Yeah, it's certainly been interesting because, and we mentioned this before, same areas that the coalition lost federally, and you're thinking, well, yeah, there's a lot of support behind independent candidates still. So is that going to continue here? And we'll see with that tonight. In terms of the Liberals, because we discussed this before, we're under attack by Matt Keane because you used to work at Caltex, and you and many other independent candidates have faced attacks from them, being called a party and all that. Do you think the Liberals are worried about losing seats this election like they did federally in May?
Look, I think the Liberals probably are worried, but I'll leave other commentators to draw their own conclusions there. But look, I think the important thing is we're focusing on policies, not people. Those attacks don't affect me at all. They don't intimidate me. They actually don't divert me. And I might say I ran into Matt Keane the other day, who I know quite well, and he apologised for those comments. And I said, look, there was no hard feelings. That's the rough and tumble of politics.
There we go. Matt Keane apologised there. Now, we discussed this earlier in the broadcast, so, I think I mentioned this in the interview a few days ago, but just again, optional preferential voting, really, unique quirk that New South Wales has in the lower house voting. My understanding is Labor has made the choice to recommend preferences towards you. Yeah, you think voters will indeed follow that? Are you hopeful that voters will indeed follow that, and also that you'll be able to get up, especially just in primary vote, because it's a bit harder to predict contests when you think that some people just don't have to preference everyone?
Look, it's a very odd situation in New South Wales. One remains with this optional preferential voting system in place, which is really, it favours the big parties and disadvantages individual candidates. So, yes, we've been given a first preference from both Labor and the Greens, and we're very encouraged by that. And we were certainly encouraging everybody at the polling booths today and at pre-poll to number every box so their vote fully counts.
It's certainly going to be a really close contest. We wish you well tonight, Helen Conway. Thanks very much.
Thanks very much, Leo. Appreciate the time. Thank you.
Helen Conway, their independent candidate, one of many independent candidates running in this election, and certainly with a chance to win there. Want to bring in back Stuart Jeffrey, because we just discussed it there. And it's interesting that you heard from Helen Conway there that Labor and the Greens are both recommending to preference her. And my understanding is there's also similar seats in the region where Labor is also recommended to do the same with other independent candidates there. Do you reckon that the people will actually follow that?
Well, I mean, if we learn anything from the last election, is that people will definitely be voting for these candidates, whether or not they're successful. is a different question, but I think we definitely will see vote turnouts in accordance with that how to vote card.
I remember that the Victorian election, in most of the seats that were contested by an independent, the four main seats, I should say, which were Brighton, Mornington, Caulfield, Mornington, Hawthorn, and Kew. Should remember that. But in a lot of those seats, the independent, the Teal independent, was either very close or just behind the Labor on primary, and so you think, I mean, Labor appears to be running dead in these seats in New South Wales, but still, when you've got the big focus on Minns and the big focus on kick Perrottet out, and you still have, might I add, Chris Minns saying the only way really to ensure that you get Perrottet out is to vote Labor. You think, oh, with optional preferential voting as well, that could really hurt these independents.
I think definitely, because they do have people just numbering one in Labor and leaving it at that. Like, we do see that federally, but of course they are counted here. They're not counted at a federal level because we have that. There's already a disadvantage there for minor parties and for independents, so that they do have that to overcome in the first place, but it does remain to be seen if any of them can, but there is definitely a chance that we'll see some turnout for those candidates.
Keep your comments coming in the live chat, by the way. Philip Habib says he's predicting 42 Labor, 3 Greens, 8 Independent, the rest Coalition. Tabira, I probably butchered that anyway, predicting Labor 40, Greens 4, Independents 10, with the minority. Liberals lose more than the Nats. That seems to always be the case, Liberals losing more than the Nats. And Aiden11 asks, do we think Helen Dalton retains her seat? She, of course, quit the Shooters Fishers Farmers Party. All lower house MPs that were elected for Shooters Fishers last election are actually now independents. I reckon she might retain, but you got to hope it's the personal vote. And again, the vote splitting with optional preferential voting. So that'll be a really interesting thing to see there. Stu, I should actually ask you at the top of this, what is your prediction for tonight?
Yeah, my money is on a Labor minority government. They said that they're not going to do any preference deals or anything like that. To form government, someone has to do that, and I reckon we will see that going to Labor. Of course, Perrottet does have the advantage if neither party can form government in their own right, then Perrottet gets first pick at convincing independents and crossbenchers to side with him. But I reckon that's definitely going to be more weight towards Minns and Labor. And I like the point about Nationals losing less seats than Liberals. If anything, the results federally and at Victoria suggests that Nationals could actually even potentially gain a couple of seats here, especially because those Shooters MPs are now independents. We could see Nationals take those seats. Nationals do have a good record from these last two elections, and of course Western Australia, where they're now the official opposition party, not the Liberals. So Nationals are definitely in a good spot here to consolidate the control in Western New South Wales as well. So let's not forget about them in the play as well. It's not just all about the Liberal Party here.
Yeah, of course, and we've heard concerns that regional communities are being ignored. At the same time, even though you hear Perrottet going on about Libs and Nats, people will, I imagine, certainly differentiate him from the Liberals. Maybe, if you've got a rural Conservative voter might not like, Matt Keane or something like that, might still go for the local National. I think there's some seats that they hold on like 87% or something like that in regional New South Wales, which is incredible. I mean, the National seats are some of the safest in the country, and that extends for a lot of elections. But that'll be interesting to see. Shooters Fishers, I think, and some people doubt me on this, I reckon they are slowly collapsing as a result of their lower house MPs quitting. Because getting in a lower house as a minor party that's not like the Greens in New South Wales, hugely impressive. So, what do you reckon is going to hold for the future of Shooters Fishers if they maybe don't even manage to retain their one upper house seat tonight?
Yeah, if they can't retain any of their seats, they are definitely in trouble. They only have, I believe, one MP in Victoria, and that's their only MP. So if they lose their seats here, they'll be in a similar position to what the Lib Dems are right now. And I reckon that's going to be a lot of alarm bells going off there for Shooters MPs and Shooters members if they don't hold any of their seats here. I still believe they will hold at least one seat, probably upper house. They could retain some of their New South Wales lower house seats, but I reckon they're definitely probably going to be down at least one MP.
Yeah, that's the thing, because when you lose all your three lower house MPs, which they did, they're all now independents, either they're going to take over those seats because people in those seats preferred shooters fishers, or the other option is, of course, it just splits the vote with the independent and that gets a Nationals gain. And so could be a mess there. I believe there is also one upper house MP for shooters that is not up for election this election. So they may just hold on until, 2027 would be the next election. And of course, Jeff Borman, as you mentioned there, Eastern Victoria MP in the state upper house there. So that one should be really interesting to follow. As I said, keep your questions, comments, thoughts coming in the live chat. Greens majority government. I wouldn't be putting money on that, but still, I think I was going to ask you about that, Stuart, before I get on to Roman McKinnon. But Greens, I can't see them getting more than the three in the lower house they currently have. Can you?
No, I reckon they will retain Ballina and their other seats. But if anything's in question, it's probably going to be Ballina, and it's only because the Nationals have been quite strong. But I do believe that the Greens will probably keep their three. The fact that you have Teals and the Greens and Labor in the mix in some of these Liberal seats in Sydney, because usually we've got preferential voting to stop having to worry about split ballots because the preference will still flow. But with the system that we have in New South Wales, split ballots are a concern because people only have to number one box, and so that is definitely why split ballots are a concern, and that goes against the Greens in some of these seats where they also have to worry about Labor and the Teals being there.
Yeah, should be really interesting to follow, Stuart. Thank you. We'll get on to our one of our many national reporters, Austin Pollock, in a moment. Back to Roman McKinnon just for a second, though, because Roman, and we're a bit of a while away from actual results coming in, although, as we mentioned, polls did close 6 p.m. sharp. What are some of the seats that are going to be especially followed tonight, given that it's 9-10 that Labor really needs for this majority? But of course, we have those crossbench seats in play as well.
Yeah, well, there'll definitely be a lot of key seats involved in shaping this new government in New South Wales. I just wanted to say that in 2019, Labor only won 36 seats, and 9 of them were from the crossbench. So the crossbench, again, may have a really big impact, especially if there will be a minority government. One of the some of the few key seats is East Hills. I wouldn't say owned. Held by the Liberals. That's what I was looking for. On a 0.1% margin. Kogara by the ALP, also by Labor leader Chris Minns' seat. We mentioned it earlier that he may have to look out for that seat as well. Upper Hunter on a 0.5% margin is from the Nationals. Penrith, 0.6% for Liberals. The ALP, Leppington, Heathcote, Lismore and Coogee, they're all in between the 2% mark. So there will definitely be a lot of key seats involved in shaping tonight, and especially some of the crossbench, which can definitely, arguably, again, as well as the federal and Victorian election, shape another election.
Yeah, they always do seem to have an impact, the crossbench, but how much will it be? How much will that be affected by optional preferential voting? We're going to shorten it, by the way, make OPV. We're just going to say OPV to keep it simple, because I will go nuts if I keep saying optional preferential voting over and over again. Roman McKinnon, thank you very much. Now on to Austin Pollock, our national reporter. Austin, obviously, there's been redistributions as you do in an election, but we have a seat here that does not have an MP currently, so whoever wins this will, in a way, be a bit historic.
Yeah, sure will be, Leo. So the seat of Leppington, as Roman mentioned earlier, is going to be a key seat, as every seat will count in this election. It was part of a redistribution in 2021, and the seat is a completely new seat. So as you mentioned, it has no MP and has been formed stretching through different suburbs, and was part of 7 different electorates. So it's certainly a large area. Now, based off 2019 voting patterns, it will be a marginal Labor seat, sitting on 1.5%. So it's situated just on the fringe of metropolitan Sydney. So it certainly will be a very key seat to watch. There are The Labor Party is contesting, the Liberal Party, Sustainable Australia, the Greens and Pauline Hanson's One Nation. However, no independents are going for this seat. So it's certainly, as I mentioned before, every seat will count in this election, Leo, and it will be very historic to see this one play out.
Absolutely. We'll keep everyone posted on that. And of course, we want to keep your comments coming in. Austin, I will just say before we let you go, sorry, what is your prediction tonight?
Yeah, so I'm thinking it's going to be a Labor. It will be a Labor government, probably minority, as we've been reporting for a long time. Independents and crossbenchers are going to play a very key role in this. But with Chris Minns campaigns over the last few days, he does seem to be getting a lot more support from voters. Now, obviously, early polling is showing he is in front, but as we know, polling doesn't always come true, obviously. But things that are key, of course, are the cost of living and road tolls and rebates, and also that pokey scheme, which is quite prominent in New South Wales at the moment. And also, this Liberal government has been in power for a very long time and has seen controversies, like Glasberry-Gicklin and John Barilaro, and whether people are sick of Dominic Perrottet and his government, it will all play out tonight.
Absolutely. As we say, we will keep everyone posted with that, and we'll keep your comments coming in. AJ's transport videos, I think Justin Clancy will keep his seat with a smaller margin. That's in Albury. Greens in Albury gaining traction. It was interesting. I spoke to the Greens candidate there, actually in Albury on it was supposed to be a family road trip holiday, but look, you got to do the election coverage. So I spoke to him there, and yeah, certainly. I mean, I wouldn't put money on him winning, but I don't think he's going to have a small primary vote at the very least. OPV, of course, OPV. But yeah, hoping to speak to Victoria Davidson in a moment. She's another independent, this time in Lane Cove, one of those many independents who could have a chance tonight. But I'll bring back Stuart Jeffrey, our election analyst, law and government editor, because, Stuart, the impact that Teal independents had federally, obviously huge. Probably would have been a lot bigger if there was indeed a hung parliament there. Victoria, minimal. So do you think if we don't have large Teal success tonight, do you think it could be because of optional preferential voting? Could it be because of just general movement, or could it just be because of rising Labor support, or none of that, or all of them? What do you reckon?
I definitely think that there is some credit to that argument, because although we did see a lot of Teals be elected at a federal level, and of course there was none were elected in Victoria, but at a federal level, sure, there was lots of Teals were elected, but it was still a Labor government. So I reckon even if we see Teals being elected in New South Wales, we're not going to see that same thing that we're seeing at a federal level. I think Teals being elected in New South Wales will force a minority government. However, the fact getting to that point will be difficult. But I reckon if we do see Teals being elected, we're not going to see a Labor majority government.
Absolutely. Look, let's bring in now Victoria Davidson, one of the independent candidates. Again, we mentioned to Helen Conway before. She's running in the seat of Lane Cove, which is yet another one of those seats that seems to be targeted and could be really close tonight. And of course, you have the Liberals trying to hold on against Labor. You have them trying to hold on against independents. So that will be a very interesting thing to watch. Let's hope we can bring her in, Victoria Davidson. Victoria, can you hear me all right?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Got you, great. How are you?
I'm great, Leo. How are you?
Good. So I imagine you've been out of polling today, pre-polling before. How have you found all that?
Oh, what an amazing experience, We just live in an incredible country that, a bunch of volunteers can get behind a community movement and make this happen. So I'm pretty overwhelmed, pretty excited, and feel very energised by my community.
What have the issues been that voters have been talking to you about that might be the matter of who they'll eventually decide on supporting at this election? What have been the issues you've been hearing?
A whole range of issues. It's a diverse electorate. from gambling reform to the fact that people want to see that happen in the next term of Parliament, and are very excited that we could actually break that nexus between the gambling industry and our politics. Integrity in government is really important. We've been scarred by the previous Labor government, and the last 12 years of the Liberals has been scandal-ridden. So we need to see some change in that. People want to see a local representative who listens to the community and who will take what the concerns of the community are to the floor of Parliament.
I spoke to Helen Conway about this a short time ago, but I'm interested in your thoughts on this too. Optional preferential voting, is a real little quirk of New South Wales lower house voting. What do you think? Do you think there will be that will play a big part in whether you get up? Because you could have a good primary vote, but depending on how Labor and Greens voters especially go in terms of who they preference, it could be really interesting to see.
It could be. Yes, look, we know that there is... Look, this electorate, previously 85% of people voters have exercised their preferences, which is fantastic. But if it's coming down to the wire, that 15% is important. We have been encouraging people to exercise the full extent of their vote because that's a democratic right. But it will be a real shame for people who have voted Labor and just put one voted Labor because they wanted to change, only put one, and that will end up, going to the incumbent.
I actually probably should have put the how to vote card on my screen, but did Labor recommend preferencing you?
Yeah, Greens and Labor did put preferences on both their how to votes, which was fantastic that they both did that, and I was number 2 for both of them. I didn't recommend for people to put their preferences because I've never voted according to how to vote in my life. I'm not going to tell other people how to, and people are smart enough to know where to put their vote.
Right, but you are recommending that they do end up numbering all boxes some way or another.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great part of our democratic system, preferential voting, and we strongly encourage people to exercise the full extent of their vote.
So this is expected to be a pretty close election, both in the seat you're running in and right around the state. If you are elected, be there a hung parliament or not, and that's really anyone's guess at this moment. But what will be the issues you really focus on pretty much immediately when you get into parliament?
I'm going to be honest with you, Leo. I have been very focused on the process and not the outcome because I can't control the outcome. And our process has been pretty phenomenal. I am really energised by our volunteers and running a really, really, really strong campaign. I know that this community cares about gambling reform and they want to see it happen in the next term of Parliament. Fast action on climate change is incredibly important. And as I said before, integrity. There's a whole range of issues. There's a lot of things we need to fix in New South Wales. It's not going to happen immediately. We need to have some really serious and strong, mature discussions, and we need some courageous decisions made.
It is, I think, going to be close, but look, we'll have to wait and see for those results. Some are coming in, but they are incredibly too early and probably mean nothing at this stage. But we will wait and see. We'll be covering your race closely. Victoria Davidson, thank you very much. Best of luck tonight.
Thanks for your time. Have a good night.
Victoria Davidson there, independent for Lane Cove, one of the many independents who is running and has a possible chance. Let's bring in again Stuart Jeffrey, election analyst, law and government editor. We just touched on it there, and if we weren't in the middle of the interview, would have mentioned it straight away. But we do have results in. They are very early though. But what do we hear from them? What are they saying?
So I think for me the most interesting results we've got in right now is in Orange. Now, that seat is held by Philip Donatello, former Shrewd Fisher's Farmers Party MP. My current figures, and again, these are very, very slim figures, 0.8% counted, but he's sitting at about 57.5% of the primary vote. So that's just an indicator for how well these ex-Shooters candidates are going to go in retaining their seats. The current Shrewd Fisher's and Farmers Party candidates is not doing very well at all, currently in, I believe, 4th place behind Labor and the Nationals. So we are seeing these independents who left Shooters being potentially able to retain their seats. I think that's something to look at right now. And the other thing I want to look at as well just now, and again, these are very, very early figures. North Shore is 0.02% counted, does have a preference count between the Liberal MP Felicity Wilson and Helen Conway as a Teal.
Helen Conway being the one we spoke to before Victoria Davidson, of course. That, and I'd stress as you do, this is incredibly early, but at least in Donato's seat, it seems that the factor of, is it going to be his personal vote, or did he just win because of shooters fishers? Personal vote might be winning out here.
Agreed. And probably the final seat to look at right now is Lismore at 0.2%.
Mm-hmm.
That is currently a Labor seat. It's almost neck and neck between Labor and the Greens there right now. Again, very, very
Is that on
early
two-party or is that primary?
They don't have enough votes to count for preference right now. On primary, it's 34.5 and 33.6.
Jeez. Well,
So,
there's that area. I'm gonna forget the electorate name. I should have it up. But they've got another seat there in the rough kind of area.
It's the
Yeah.
Green seat. It's right there.
Yeah,
Said
exactly.
earlier
So I think that was when they said that target, and I think some were speculating the impact of the floods and the Greens pushing issues on climate change might have played a factor there. That really could be one to watch, and I hate to always say my own predictions are wrong, but like with the federal election, with the Green seats in Queensland, these Greens gains seem to sneak up on us out of nowhere because we've been covering something else. But Lismore should be following it, eh?
Agreed.
This will be really interesting. Lismore Labor Green contest so far in primary. Where will those Liberal and those minor parties? Do we have any numbers on who the other minor parties, the other parties running? I mean, I know Liberals are running. Who are they going to preference though? So do we, Stuart, have the how many are actually running in Lismore, bar Labor, Liberal, Green?
In Lismore, Labor Green Nationals, a couple of independents, Animal Justice, Shooters is in there, so you've got a good variety. And
Right.
also Sustainable Australia's in there as well. So you've got, 8 candidates, I believe.
Nationals, Nationals, not Liberals in Lismore. Regardless, that will be one to come back to. We will absolutely come back to that one. So yeah, is that it in terms of the early results at this stage? We stress the word early, but is that about it at this stage?
The only other one, and I'm only bringing this up because it's a good seat for a minor party, is a seat of, I'm probably going to get this wrong, Maitland. I'm not in New South Wales, I'm from Queensland. Don't judge me. Where One Nation's currently sitting third.
Yeah. I will. We'll keep following that. One Nation, their impact might be one to follow throughout the night. And again, I am speculating 2 upper house seats for them. But we'll have to wait and see on that end. So look, we'll keep following that. Stuart Jeffrey, thank you very much. Let's go back. I'm hoping I don't scare him, to Roman McKinnon, our political editor. Roman, that did provide an interesting point because, of course, you're in Queensland, and I think we both remember that green slide that came up and happened in May last year, and it was something that I'm sure many on the ground might have been thinking could happen. But it didn't get that much attention because the focus was also on Teals, or it was on Labor. Fair enough. But I guess Greens might have a better night than some expected, and maybe that sum equals me. And I was predicting they'll retain their 3-0 more. So yeah, Greens could continue that national trend in terms of support towards them, it seems.
Most definitely, and it'd be really good for the Greens to continue their success from the federal election. They had a pretty good job at the Victorian election as well, and to just keep on going from basically what foundated and started at the federal election to keep on going and build support around those inner city areas as well. As I mentioned before, what kind of impact will the crossbench have? It'll be really interesting. Lots of analysts analysis are predicting a Labor minority or even a Liberal minority. Either way, a minority government is looking quite common and looking pretty good at the moment. So obviously crossbenchers will be needed in that. So how the crossbenchers and how the Greens will get in will definitely be interesting, and we'll see those results come in through the night.
Absolutely. Keep your comments, your thoughts coming in right now. I actually brought up the numbers that Stuart was referencing. We stress early numbers in Lismore right now. But what they are looking at, they have we stress, by the way, when we say early, we're talking about 0.2% early. Currently in a national Labor contest, it's 73.8% towards Labor. So you think obviously that's a Labor safe retain, but that's if Labor actually still holds up on the primary, because as it stands, we've got the very specific numbers there: 34.5% Labor, 33.6% Greens, then it's down to 14.2% Nationals, and so on. We stress the amount of votes. This is how early it is, by the way. The amount of votes for Labor, the top party right now, is 39. To Greens, it's 38. So, Roman, this is, maybe we're jumping the gun here, but still early results. Sometimes they provide an indication of a trend going on. But counting, we can say, very early or not, it's underway.
Most definitely, and it's always exciting to see some of the first results come in, and expect a night of, it may well be a long night. Obviously, we're about 45 minutes since the polls closed in New South Wales, and we've got a little bit of the count. Obviously, it's still early days, and we may still be here into the very late night and maybe into the morning. I just wanted to speak on the Greens. They've got the seats of Ballina, and Balmain at the kind of the top of the A to Z list. Balmain is a margin of 10%. Jamie Parker has been in office since 2011. He is retiring this year. This will be the 4th straight term for the Greens in that seat. So it's really strong for them, obviously, with a 10% margin there. So they should easily hang on to that one, all things considered. So that'll be another good retain for them, and hopefully looking to pick up a few seats as well.
Yeah, they've got Balmain as that one seat where, and you don't see Greens lower house MPs retiring much, so that will be one to follow. Let's bring in again Heidi Peachner, our New South Wales reporter, because we've been discussing independents all night. Obviously, they certainly could have an impact here, but it seems like, and you imagine, and I think we saw this in Victoria too, they're going to have to try and some might describe piggyback off of what happened at the federal election, where there was that large success, but of course with the many different factors at play, different issues, and once again, optional preferential voting. We might not have that Teal wave again, but it's still anyone's guess at this point.
Yeah, so we're seeing, as I said earlier, in seats like mine, we have a Teal independent who is piggybacking, I would say, off the success of our national MP, who is the Teal independent, who won in a good majority in the last election. But seeing as a lot of the seats where Teals are trying to take, they're usually up against Liberal candidates, and those Liberal candidates are usually in safe Liberal seats. So especially in these smaller fields and these smaller electorates, we're not seeing as much change, and we're not seeing much push for change. So especially in seats like mine, we have that Teal independent who is trying to push up against a Liberal candidate who is quite well known in the area. So it's looking difficult.
Balmain, by the way, and we might bring in Roman a bit later, but I just want to stay with Heidi for a second. Balmain, for those wondering, Labor is ahead on two-party preferred right now versus Greens, with about a 14-point swing towards them, with 51 votes counted towards Labor. Extremely, extremely early, but we still shall see. Of course, the other thing is, Heidi, we could have the situation of a hung parliament. What are you predicting for tonight?
Well, similar to everyone else, I'm predicting a Labor minority, but we'll have to see, to be fair, because a lot of the polling by a lot of other news organizations hasn't always been the most reliable. And a lot of polls have been saying really early on that Labor is quite far ahead. So we'll have to see.
Yeah, well, look, I think everyone, when it comes to bad polling, remembers 2019 federal. Everyone wants Bill Shorten for Prime Minister. That never happened, but that's what happens with the polling, Heidi. Thank you, Roman. Back again. Roman. Balmain. Okay, so this is one of the Green seats. This is the only Green seat where there's a retiring Greens MP, held by them on a 10% margin. And I'm just looking at the results now. Extremely early, extremely early. But 14-point swing towards Labor. Now, I don't think it'll be that much if Labor did win. But it's I think Balmain will be one to watch, and it might be close. Again, this is one of the seats the Greens have held since about 2011, I recall, and yet when you've got a retiring MP, what's going to happen here? So Balmain might be a close one.
Most definitely, and as you mentioned, Labor is just tightly ahead. There's about 60 votes counted, so not that much of an indicator as to what might happen throughout the night. But Balmain, as we keep mentioning, it's definitely a seat to watch. Previously held on a margin of 10%, so it'll be really interesting to see how that seat plays out, and a number of different seats, including those Green seats.
The interesting thing is, and something Anthony Green, the ABC's Anthony Green, actually said, was that because there's so many exhausted preferences, this is his words, Balmain has become a first past the post contest, and so they have to beat Greens on primary vote if Labor wants to win that seat. So we'll keep following that very early, and let's not forget lots of people pre-polled this year as well. So interesting to follow there. Stuart Jeffrey, our election analyst, I'll make him jump there. Stuart, I don't know. We've been talking about personal vote all night with the ex-shooters, but you've got here very early. For goodness sake, I cannot stress how early this is. But you've got a Greens MP retiring. Don't see that often in the lower house. Taken away, and Labor potentially gaining it here. So Balmain might be a closer one to follow.
I mean, we didn't expect it, but it definitely is surprising to see that. I guess it is very early on, but it's definitely the one to keep an eye on for the rest of the night is to watch Balmain see what happens there. Because if the Greens lose Balmain, then it doesn't bode well for them at the council level in the upper house. That doesn't if they
I believe the candidate Kobe Shetty is and maybe Philippa Scott as well, the Labor candidate. I think they're both either councillors or they've been in council or something like that. The Inner West Council.
Yes, they're both councils. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. So yeah, that's the big thing, because council is it's fair to say it's a bit politicised in New South Wales and some of the Sydney and inner west seats. So that would be one to follow. And so yeah, we stress early results. I want to actually be specific here. 105 votes counted. Actually, no, 101 with 4 informal votes. So the informal votes already racking up there. But early days, yet still, looking like it could be, as I said, one to follow closely. Stuart, you still with us?
Now, from what I'd heard from people in the Northern Tablelands electorate, I know a few people there. Apparently, there was a very bad Nationals turnout at the polling booth today. For example, I have several people that I know in there who were working with the Greens campaign, for example, but there's not showing up. On the preferences, it's 91% ahead for Nationals. So again, we're seeing that really strong Nationals performance. Actually, these figures are higher than they were for the last election for the Nationals. So we are seeing quite a high national performance in regional New South Wales, and that doesn't bode well for some of these more rural seats that are ex-shooters. Of course, Orange is still getting, with the independent, for the other 2 more regional seats there as well, a strong national performance in Northern Tableland does mean we could see them encroaching on former shooters' territory in the West.
Keep those comments coming in the live chat. We'll keep Stuart for some of this. When will we know what senators, I'm presuming referring to the upper house MLCs, got in? I'm barracking for legalised cannabis, says Dave Cannabis. I'm really shocked you're backing legalized cannabis. The interesting thing, of course, Stuart, is the guy leading the legalized cannabis ticket, and of course, legalized cannabis has had a lot of success recently, is an ex-Greens MP, Jeremy Buckingham, who, of course, is gone from the party. You can look up those reasons, various reasons. Not exactly well liked amongst many Green supporters who you'd normally think would preference the LCP. But certainly, he's got his supporters and general legalised cannabis supporters. And based on the, almost won federally, probably would have won if Queensland had an upper house, have won in Vic and Victoria, and in WA and Victoria. I think they could win in New South Wales in the upper house.
Yes, but of course, the two main groups you'd think would be voting for legalised cannabis would be Greens and Animal Justice Party from the left. And as you said, the candidate for legalised cannabis is not liked by the Greens. And then on the right, you would also potentially look at seeing preferences flowing from the Lib Dems and maybe also from shooters as well.
Did Lib Dems recommend them? Because my understanding was
no.
they recommended. Yeah, my understanding was
Lib
they recommended
Dems,
informed medical
you'd
options
think,
and someone else.
Yes, Lib Dems preference from memory, it was. Ooh.
It was IMOP, and it was
IMOP, One Nation, and I think Group A, which
that's
is
the Lionel Shelton group, Independent Family First, for those wondering. Little chance of winning. By the way, you're probably going to see Group A's vote a bit inflated purely because they are Group A. So just hold off on that. But we'll have to wait and see there. But yeah, that legalized cannabis. They certainly be. I always think there's every few years a party comes along, and it seems to be the major minor party. And we excluding Greens here, there's always one that's like always fourth if you combine the coalition totals. And that extends to the upper house. And in like 2018 Victoria, it was Hinch Justice. In previous years, Shooters Fishers have gone up, Animal Justice. Now, at the moment, generally around the nation, it seems to be legalised cannabis.
Don't also forget Democrats doing well in the past. Australian Democrats used to be
that was a bit, yeah, that is the past.
In the mix. Probably from around the time when you had the old family first, you had Australian Democrats, and those two were often rivals at a time. But now the Australian Democrats are no more, and of course they're having the first party.
Don't let the Australian Democrat supporters hear.
Sorry to our 5 Australian Democrats viewers. I'm sorry, didn't mean to cause any offence.
In all seriousness, they do still exist. They're struggling, some might say, but. But yeah, but regardless, they were there. Of course, Democrats were around at the time. The Greens were also increasing their vote, so that was a bit of a mess because they were almost even on that. So yeah, that was the kind of situation there.
But yes, going back to legalised cannabis, they would be relying purely on pulling from independents and potentially from Labor proper. I don't think you're going to see much preferences flowing from the Greens or from the Freedom Party Alliance.
Yeah, the Freedom Alliance is interesting because you'd think UAP would have a big, strong campaign here. They don't. Some might forget Craig Kelly is running in this election, the former UAP MP, as independent UAP, below the line group, virtually no chance of winning. He's actually next to Lyle Shelton. He is in Group B. So yeah, that'll be interesting to follow there. Stuart, just staying with you because we're going to get a guest up shortly, one of the many other independent candidates. But just finally, in terms of these results, and I stress the word early so much, but it really could be up to those preferences from minor parties if minor party voters do choose to preference independence as well.
Yeah, speaking of legalised cannabis, they are currently sitting at 3rd in Mile Lakes on primary.
Well, there we go.
Legalised cannabis coming up that well in the lower house, it could be good for them in the upper house if they're coming in this well. We have seen a couple of times One Nation sitting in a couple of seats. Again, early figures, we've got One Nation sitting in the 3rd a couple of spots, and legalised cannabis sitting in 3rd as well. So potentially some good news for those two parties in the upper house if they're doing this well in the lower house.
Yeah, we'll keep following that. for everyone, and we'll cross back to Stuart a little later. Continuing to follow what is going on with these independents, and we're hoping to bring in now Michael Reagan, one of those many other independent candidates, if we can, hoping he can hear us. Michael, can you hear me all right?
I can hear you okay.
Great. How are you? How's polling going? Going earlier today, I should say.
Look, mate, the vibe on the street is always good, but you just never know until obviously the two-season results come in, and mate, it's hard to tell, right? Who knows?
So what have the issues been that voters have been talking to you about? Are they the same one you've been campaigning on? You think they're being reflected in terms of what voters have been saying?
Yeah, I think so. Like, there's a lot of local issues, there's a lot of state issues. There's a real focus, and the high-profile minister that was resigning has been out there campaigning hard for his person of choice. So it's hard to undertell. I really don't. I can't read the tea leaves. I mean, everyone's very nice, and a lot of people coming out saying they wanted to vote for me, but they can't because I'm not in my area because the boundaries also changed. So that's been a difficult one. A substantial, probably, group of voters would have been moved to a different area into Manly. So yeah, I wish I had a crystal ball, man. I wish I could say I was smashing it or whatever it is, but who knows?
Yeah, we all wish we'd have a crystal ball tonight, and mainly I'd finally get an election prediction right. We discussed this before, but I'll ask you about it as well. Optional preferential voting, bit of a quirk we have in New South
Yes.
Wales. Are you hopeful that people, especially like Labor and Greens voters, will preference you? Have those parties recommended preferencing you?
Yeah, they have. The Labor Party gave me their 2, the Greens gave me their 3, the Animal Justice Party gave me their 3. But honestly, I wanted to, and I made no secret of this to my volunteers. I said, I don't want to rely on preferences. I want to win 50% of the vote plus 1. And that's a big ask, and it's a big deal. And it wasn't an arrogant thing or something like that, or an overconfident thing. It was just saying, guys, let's just work really hard so we don't have to rely on preferences. But obviously, I suspect that will come into play. No question, I'm not naive. So yeah, hopefully we can pull this one off.
In the event you are elected, be there hung parliament or not, what are going to be the issues you will focus on? Are they, and do you think they're actually going to be listened to by the government, be that Labor or Liberal? You're hopeful they'll be listened to?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I've had good conversations, and I suspect that there's a number of issues both locally and across the state which are bubbling away. So locally, I could say to you that the Lizard Rock's very important in terms of the Metropolitan Land Aboriginal Council development that was approved by the Liberals, that they, safe Liberal seat despite a whole bunch of things. Then we've got other issues bubbling away, like the infrastructure promises that haven't been delivered, such as Beaches Link Tunnel, Waco's Parkway upgrade, no plan B for congestion. So those are the local kind of issues that we want to get on. Statewide, you talk about poker machine reform, and neither party's really gone far enough on that, in my view. It can be done a lot quicker than 5 years. I speak to club CEOs. They know it can be done in 2 to 3 years max. There's no one talking about sports betting. I heard a stat the other day that something like 700 ads are played a day on Australian TVs versus in England, I think it was 11 a week. So I think we need to look at that and get more serious about that. So I think myself, if I'm in that fortunate position, we'll talk with the crossbenchers and see if we can get some more muscle, if you like, into that, and some more real priority on that.
Yeah, the gambling issue has been a critical focus for many candidates here. You're not exactly an unknown local there, and you've I'm sure you've got your face out there to many people on the ground, including those, as you mentioned at the top of the interview, who may no longer be in the electorate because of those redistributions. Have you seen that reflected in what people have said? Do people know you, or are some people saying, this is my first time voting? Who are you? Pretty simply.
Look, there hasn't really been a lot of the who are you, which is good. What there has been, ones that are sort of like you've been on council forever and a day, and it's done a great job, and we want to see you stay as mayor, which has been nice, but they're really pleased to see me step up as well. And then separately, we've got issues with others. well. So there's a bit of that. But I think that the profile thing is most, by and large, has been very positive. And people have come out saying openly, they've changed the boundary, we can't vote for you. So there's been a bit of that. The other one I was thinking of was, mate, I just can't wait to pull all the posters off all the public infrastructure. So I'm sick and tired of seeing me, frankly, on the when I drive everywhere, and I think some of my friends. But look, that's. I'm sorry to sound a bit like nerdy, if you like that, but you don't know. The name, there's no question the name helps. My track record helps. There's been a whole bunch of positives in that, and I think hopefully that'll mean there's been hopefully that translates to votes ultimately.
Well, I don't mean to give you false hope, but with 633 votes counted, you're ahead on two candidate preferred. So, those are the results coming in now, 54.7%, and yeah, should be interesting to see that throughout the night. But really appreciate your time. Best of luck, Michael Reagan. Thanks very much.
Thanks, and thanks for what you guys are doing. Much appreciated.
Cheers. Thank you very much. Michael Reagan, the independent for the seat of Wakehurst. He is currently ahead, according to the early results, but as we say, don't want to give him false hope. We'll see how it plays out throughout the evening. Stuart, we'll bring you back in. Results seem to be in for every seat, very early results for every seat, but we have some indication of the numbers. And in Wakehurst, as we just said there, he is ahead, 54.7% of the two candidate preferred versus Liberal. He did not get 50+1 primary. He's on 35.9. Not a bad primary, I'll say that. And 37.2 is the Liberal ahead. Labor is at 14.1. Greens 9.2. So that is going to be an interesting race, Wakehurst.
Definitely, it does sound like what we're seeing elsewhere with the independents definitely coming in pretty strong performance in a few seats. Of course, Wakehurst is one of them. We've heard before as well. Conway, that's also a good turnout for her and her seat. So there are definitely some seats to watch here for independents.
Yeah, and again, that the question is raised: are they going to get up on the two candidate preferred? He clearly is at the moment. But they need to at this stage. So we'll keep refreshing those statistics for you. Again, Toby Williams leading on that primary. Michael Reagan ahead on two candidate preferred. Extremely early results. So we will keep following that for you. Again, as we just said there, and we'll stay with Stuart, but it seems every seat has some kind of result in at this point. Wyong actually doesn't. Wallandilly doesn't. I spoke too early there. Stuart, let's.
If you want weird results, look at Campbelltown. One Nation coming in second on primary vote.
I almost swore on air there. You're kidding. Where? Oh, there we go. 0.6% counted. Lib Dems are fourth too. Oh my gosh, and Labor's going to win it anyway. So this is a battle.
It will go to
for
Labor,
place.
But the minor parties will do very well in that seat, I reckon.
Sorry, can we? I just want to get up those numbers. Labor 70% prime. Okay, forget Labor for a second. So Labor's going to win, but One Nation 8%, Liberals 7%, Lib Dems 5.4%. Then it's 8. Then it's it's more incredible. AJP then Greens. And that is with 25 votes to One Nation. How's that? I keep telling people don't discount One Nation. I don't think they're going to win in the lower house. They're going to win in the upper house, I reckon. But their vote in New South Wales is not small. They're not exactly a tiny minor force in lower house seats.
Speaking of minor parties, we've got a third place for Lib Dems in Canterbury right now as well. 14.6% of the vote. So we are seeing you and I both had One Nation and Lib Dems on our list to win seats in the upper house, and they're definitely performing in the lower house. I don't think you're going to see Group A. I don't think you're going to see Craig Kelly's unofficial UAP group getting any seats. But One Nation and Lib Dems are definitely top of the list for me based on the performance right now. Going into this, I wasn't as confident about the Lib Dems. But based on the performance, just these couple of seats here, it is looking good for both One Nation and the Lib Dems to win seats in the upper house, which is especially good for One Nation because it goes with the general trend that we've actually seen because they picked up a seat in South Australia, since then they have been trending a bit better in elections, and if they do the same thing here, then we'll have similar results. It will also be interesting to see if this is a result of Mark Latham being on their ticket, or if it's just because of the party. We're not going to be able to know those until for a while to see what was the factor there.
Sure, I'm just going to cut you off there because I just seen some really interesting results in Kiama. Now, you remember who holds Kiama? No?
Refresh my memory. Oh, Gareth Ward, yeah.
Yep. He is leading. He is, at this stage, winning. Kiama, we have Gareth Ward, 39.1% of the primary. We have Labor, 33.3%. Greens, then Liberal, then Sustainable Australia. So that's what's going on there. I've butchered the pronunciation, so my apologies to all New South Wales locals. This is exactly how you must feel when, or how I feel when Victorian place names are butchered. But Gareth Ward's seat, let's just call it that. He could win, and we stress, of course, the allegations made against him. He denies. He's, I believe, in court next month, and he is suspended from Parliament. So that's happening.
Look, I'm just going over the figures again. Lots of third places for One Nation and the Lib Dems. Leppington, One Nation's coming in third on primary votes. Then Londonderry, One Nation again, third on primary. Macquarie Fields, it's Lib Dems in third. And Maitland, One Nation in third again. And each of those seats beating out the Greens.
Yeah, we need to put together a tally of, and I still have this from the last election. We need to put together a tally of the seats where you've got you've got One Nation and LDP coming third or second. So what is it, Campbelltown, and what's the other seat we mentioned?
You've got Campbelltown, you've got Londonderry, Maitland.
Londonderry, gosh. Mm.
It's a city in Ireland.
I know the song. That's why I'm Londonderry. Yeah. That's why I'm thinking. Yeah, One Nation. Yeah, 8% there. That is up 7.8%. That's with more than 1,000. That's about 2,000 votes counted. So yeah, I'm gonna have to wait and see with that. I think we're ready to call one seat for Labor at this point. No other seats counted, so we can put that to 92 in doubt. Labor, one seat, it looks
like. If I can, I want to also call Northern Tablelands as well.
I would. National. It's close. It's always close in Northern Tablelands. No, in all seriousness. Yeah, 91.3%. Gee, he'll be fine. Roman McKinnon is giving us some results. We'll cross to him live in a second. I'm not going to make him jump. But swing is on to Labor nationwide. Statewide.
Before you cross, we've got our second former shooters seat having some good results. Murray.
That's still in Dalton.
Also going to Dalton. So that's the second of the three shooter seats having significant results in, and that's also going to the current sitting candidates. In fact, the party is coming in fifth in that seat. National second, Labor, then another independent, and then shooters coming in fifth in that seat. So that's Orange and Murray so far that we're having good figures coming in. What's the final seat, Barwon? Actually, I'll just check that one right now. I'll just check Barwon just at least before you cross to Rome, because I know he's got some figures for us.
Barwon's that border seat, by the way, around Broken Hill area.
It's got less figures in, only 1%. But again, the sitting MP, Roy Butler, coming in first, then Nationals, then Labor, and then Shooters coming in fourth. So all three of those seats look to be taken by independents.
Right. So that is a retain for the incumbent, but just a switch of party based on the last election, but they were independents going into it. Bit of a mess, and I'm sure seat counters will have it really weirdly. So yeah, we're going to figure out what's going on there. Northern Tablelands, by the way, we joke, but in all seriousness, 91.3% towards the Nationals, two-party preferred against Labor. So pretty safe to say Labor's going to not win that at this stage. Roman McKinnon is our political editor. Roman, let's just ignore the seat-by-seat count for a second. What is going on statewide? Swing to Labor? Is that what's happening here?
Yeah, well, I'm getting some figures saying that there's been a statewide 4.7 swing towards Labor, so good early signs there for the Labor Party. There's also in the seat of Sydney, there's also been a 5.3% swing over there. Monaro as well has been a really tight seat. Obviously, way too early to call or anything like that. I believe the Nationals are just ahead in that one. Obviously, early votes. Upper Hunter as well, a 3.4% swing there. So early swings as well. Sorry, the 3.4% swing to the Upper Hunter is to the Nationals there. So different swings all around so far.
Yeah, absolutely. We're gonna keep following that, and we're gonna see what's gonna happen there with Labor. Let's bring in, if we can, John Ruddock. He is leading the Liberal Democrats ticket in the Upper House at this election. He seems to have a good chance of actually getting up based on my prediction, though some call me the kiss of death, so I'm not sure if I should be predicting it. But let's try and bring in John Ruddock. There he is. John, good to speak to you again. First of all, forgetting the results for just a moment, how have you found pre-polling and polling?
Look, I think the biggest factor in this election is actually Matt Kean in Hornsby. I think Matt Kean's going to win his seat, but I think there's going to be a very, very big swing against him. And wherever I've been in Sydney, people have been talking about how a lot of people who've been traditional Liberal Party voters have been saying, I cannot vote for this Liberal government because Matt Kean and all of his radical energy policies. And I think there's going to be a serious swing against him in Hornsby, and I think that will end his leadership hopes. I mean, he thought he was going to be the leader of the Liberal Party in New South Wales after this. Or he even thought he was going to be moving to federal parliament by the seat of Bradfield. I think Matt Kean's got to reconsider his whole entire political future, because I think he's cost the Perrottet government office tonight.
Yeah, that's a bold call about Matt Kean there, and of course he is someone people have speculated to be the next leader of the Liberals if they don't actually get up and win tonight. In terms of what's going to happen with the Liberal Democrats, because you're not doing too badly in a few lower house seats, how do you reckon you're actually going to go in the Upper House, where I'm sure you do want to become the next MLC or one of the next MLCs?
Okay, well look, we're a little party that had barely any money and no media coverage, except for people, good coverage like 6 News and a few others, but the corporate media didn't take an interest in us. Now look. You're right, Leo. The early results so far we had 17 lower house candidates. The early results have been very encouraging. So we'll see. But no, I don't think any upper house votes have been counted. We do have good preference flows. The Liberal Party and the National Party and IMOP and a couple of other, and Craig Kelly are preferencing us at number 2. So we do have good preference flows. Now, the preference flows don't count for anything unless we get a decent primary vote. I think if we get 2%, which is what we got in the Senate, I think with the preferences, we're a competitive chance.
Yeah, those preferences always count. Of course, people can just vote one, but of course, as we mentioned in our interview a few days ago, Liberals have recommended you guys second. We'll get to Stuart Jeffrey in a moment, because I know he's got a couple questions to ask you, but. I just want to mention the other thing here, which is, of course, it seems that the so-called freedom parties like One Nation seem to not be doing polling too poorly in the lower house. Do you think that's a lot of people, and also your party as well has not been polling too badly in the lower house, but do you think that general view from some people that the Liberals are going too far left, mainly attributed to Matt Kean, is going to be reflected tonight?
But the New South Wales Liberal Party, probably the Australian Liberal Party, is in a diabolical situation. So at the federal election 10 months ago, they lost their heartland in Melbourne, in Sydney. They lost a seat in Perth, even in Adelaide. That Mayo lady is pretty much a Teal. So they thought the message they took from that is, oh, we've got to lurch pretty firmly to the left. Now that's what they've done, but now there's a revolt on the right. Now that revolt on the right is being led by Mark Latham and One Nation, but there's other parties, the Liberal Democrats and others. So they are in this, so they don't know what they stand for. Now the problem with the Liberal Party is this: what they've got to do is, they shouldn't be trying to just chase votes. They should be trying to win votes by convincing people about, good energy policies. They've got to cut the head off the global warming snake. There's no point going around saying, oh, we sort of believe in global warming. They've got to come out and say it's junk science, which is what it is.
Absolutely. Stuart Jeffrey, our law and government editor, election analyst, hoping you're not going to jump at being brought in. But, we were discussing it before we got on the broadcast tonight. And the Liberal Democrats, and Stuart, he'll ask you a question, John, just so you can stay on the call. But Stuart, the Liberal Democrats certainly in an interesting position right now, given the whole name situation.
Is that a question? Yes. Yes. Thank you.
I was going to say, the name situation with the Liberal Democrats seems to be something you've been following closely. I mean, you follow the courts, so that seems to be the big, this might be the last hurrah for the Liberal Democrats' name at an election.
It's going to be difficult to keep two different names at a state and a federal level. And so what your party's thoughts moving forward on changing that name, or if you were going to at all?
Well, look, I think it'll be all resolved in about 2 months. We've got the party's national general meeting is coming up shortly in Melbourne. We're going to thrash it out there. Now, there's a lot of discussion about it. Look, one name that's being suggested is that we become the Libertarian Party of Australia. Now, that tells people precisely who we are. There'll be people that hear about our party name if we're called the Libertarian Party. They won't know what Libertarian is. They'll jump onto Wikipedia or Google. They'll spend 5 minutes, and I think that there will be a number of people who will say, yes, that sounds like me. I'm quite interested in the Libertarian Party. Now, the truth is, we are Liberal Democrats. That is an accurate name for who we are. But the other party out there with the word liberal in it that is not a Liberal Party has gone and banned other parties from using the word liberal. There's a couple of countries in Europe. They have 3 political parties with the word liberal in it. It's a very popular word, liberal. Okay, and liberalism, classical liberalism is what made the world a great place. But we lost that court case 4-3. It was narrow. But so yes, we do need to come up with a new name shortly. Stay tuned, gentlemen. You'll be hearing about it in a couple of months.
Convictions, of course, that's all over your branding for the election campaign, and you're critical of the Liberals for not living up to those expectations and those goals that Lib Dems have in their name of Liberal Democrats. So it interests me then that you've done this preference deal with them. It's interesting to me to find out the motivation behind doing that, given that your campaign material has been geared towards criticising the Liberal Party. Why you then preferred them over the Labor Party, and can you go through your reasoning for that?
Oh, that was not a difficult decision to preference the Liberal Party over the Labor Party. Okay, so we are endlessly disappointed with the Liberal Party, but the Liberal Party still does have good founding principles. That their rhetoric at least is good about small government, deregulation, personal freedoms, etc. Now, they've betrayed pretty much all of those principles, but there is still a remnant in that party. Now, in the Labor Party, their founding principles are all about a big state, about socialism, about powerful trade unions. So, look, we preferenced in the upper house, which is what's important for us, we preferenced the coalition at number 5, and we were very happy to do that, okay, because we think, look, at the end of the day, if our preferences count, we would prefer a Liberal to win over Labor.
I would hand it over to Leo. I think he might have been.
No, all good.
Yeah, you're okay.
No. That's all right. John, really appreciate your time. We're gonna keep following the upper house races when it comes in, and we'll keep following your party in the lower house. But thanks very much for joining us. Best of luck tonight.
Good on you, gentlemen. Thanks, Stuart. Thanks, Leo. Keep doing what you're doing, gentlemen. I'm happy to touch base the next few days to give you an update.
Yeah, cheers. We'll hold you to that. John Ruddock, Liberal Democrats upper house lead candidate there. Look, we're going to take a quick break now here on 6 News. Coming up, we'll bring you the latest results. We'll also bring you what is going on in some of these seats where you have parties like One Nation legalise cannabis going up with a pretty good vote. So stay tuned. We'll be back right after this break, live here on 6 News as New South Wales decides.
When big news breaks.
It pains me to announce that I have no option but to resign from the office of Premier.
Reimpose stage 3 stay-at-home restrictions effective from midnight tomorrow night.
6 News is there for you.
This was a scene of what some are describing as almost a riot, violent confrontations with police and protesters.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute coverage that's focused on the facts.
I just wrapped up a call with the Trump campaign.
The waters have begun receding in southeast Queensland now. The cleanup begins.
No matter the time.
Welcome to this 6 News major breaking news we have for you.
No matter the place.
Yes, sorry, I'm at the supermarket right now.
You'll always see it first right here on 6 News.
If you are elected as Prime Minister, can you promise to own up to mistakes and factual inaccuracies if you make them? And would you be willing to come back on 6 News?
I certainly would. That would be a pleasure. And I think we've seen during the campaign, I made a mistake. I fessed up to it, said it was a mistake, didn't try to blame someone else. I think that's really important. With the high office of Prime Minister comes responsibility. And one of my concerns is that this Prime Minister never accepts responsibility, always seeks to blame someone else. And we can do much better than that.
All right, we'll leave it there. Opposition Leader Anthony Albanese, thanks so much for your time and for joining us here on 6 News.
Oh, thanks for having me on the program on 6 News, and I wish you all the best. And I commit to coming back on at semi-regular intervals. It I think is a fantastic initiative, and thanks for spending the time with me today.
When big news breaks.
It pains me to announce that I have no option but to resign from the office of Premier.
Reimpose stage 3 stay-at-home restrictions effective from midnight tomorrow night.
6 News is there for you.
This was a scene of what some are describing as almost a riot, violent confrontations with police and protesters.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute coverage that's focused on the facts.
I just wrapped up a call with the Trump campaign.
The waters have begun receding in southeast Queensland now. The cleanup begins.
No matter the time.
Welcome to this 6 News major breaking news we have for you.
No matter the place.
Yes, sorry, I'm at the supermarket right now.
You'll always see it first right here on 6 News.
If you are elected as Prime Minister, can you promise to own up to mistakes and factual inaccuracies if you make them? And would you be willing to come back on 6 News?
I certainly would. That would be a pleasure. And I think we've seen during the campaign, I made a mistake. I fessed up to it, said it was a mistake, didn't try to blame someone else. I think that's really important. With the high office of Prime Minister comes responsibility. And one of my concerns is that this Prime Minister never accepts responsibility, always seeks to blame someone else. And we can do much better than that.
All right, we'll leave it there. Opposition Leader Anthony Albanese, thanks so much for your time and for joining us here on 6 News.
Oh, thanks for having me on the program on 6 News, and I wish you all the best. And I commit to coming back on at semi-regular intervals. I think is a fantastic initiative, and thanks for spending the time with me today.
News results just keep coming in, and they're getting more interesting by the minute. The early results provide some really chaotic primary votes statistics. Stuart Jeffrey is back with us. Okay, Cessnock. What is going on in Cessnock right now, Stuart?
Over those figures, it is probably the most interesting fight we're seeing yet this campaign. So, of course, the Nationals are coming in at 4th.
I just remembered why that is, by the way. Why the Nationals guy's so low. He's the disendorsed candidate.
Yes.
So,
there's no actual LNP candidate running.
Oh my gosh.
And as a result of having no actual LNP candidates, you've got Labor coming in 1st, One Nation in 2nd, and legalized cannabis in 3rd.
Oh, I love elections. Actually, ridiculous.
Your two-party preferred, the two-party preferred count, it will go to Labor. Labor's almost guaranteed to win that. Labor's almost won it on primary alone. But on two-party preferred, it's Labor and One Nation going head-to-head. 67% Labor, 33% One Nation. So it's still, I don't want to call it for Labor yet.
But it is
interesting seeing that split for One Nation coming in 2nd in a seat.
There's a swing against Labor too. If we could focus on the statewide results for a second, because if we're able to, I will put up some numbers at the bottom of your screen in a second. At this stage, LNP 11, Labor 8, Green 0, 2 others, 72 in doubt. I'll repeat that for anyone who missed it. Coalition 11, Labor 8, Green 0, other 2, 72 in doubt. Those are the numbers, and you'll see them reflected on the bottom of your screen very shortly. I'm lost for words with Cessnock. I mean, I kind of get it, but you'd think you'd just have like die-hard National supporters who just go with it anyway. So what is going on there? I mean, I know what it, but then legalized cannabis 3rd. That's the wild card element here. What are they doing up there?
It is it's definitely surprising to say the least. Those figures that we're seeing right now.
Yeah, I don't know what's going. By the way, can we just say legalized cannabis is 3rd, like close. It's 16% to 14.2% if that's like One Nation versus cannabis on primary. So Yeah.
Oh, we've got some better figures just came in for Bellena. They've just come in from the New South Wales Electoral College. Oh, sorry, Electoral Commission. College is the US. The Electoral Commission's figures are in for Bellena. They've been updated. It's now 2.6% counted. 2 votes in it between Greens and Nationals in Bellena.
Right. Let's check the national swing right now. I'm going to say national again. Sorry. The statewide swing. And apparently it is on. Decent swings in some seats. 5.3% counted. But some of these races, they're pretty close. No, Stuart?
Sorry, yeah, I'm trying to get up the federal figures. I'm trying to get the statewide figures up right now. In the meantime, while I try and find these figures, we are seeing those shooters candidates again retaining all of their seats, but we are seeing shooters doing very well elsewhere.
So what are some of those elsewhere seats? Because I'm trying to run through the seats in my head, but obviously it's not where they've actually won before.
I've actually got a running tally right now for all the seats that have minor players coming in second and third. We've got shooters coming in at Cootamundra, at Goulburn, at Dubbo, they're in second place, Monaro third, Wilton Tablelands again third, although we have called that one. Londonderry, they're doing decently there, although they're not third there. I believe it's everything. Oh, and Monaro also a third. So we've got a handful of seats where shooters are coming in third. Based on the figures I'm looking at right now for some of these seats, they're doing better in other seats than they are in what has been considered to be shooters' heartland for the last 2 or 3 electoral terms.
Yeah, so those shooters' results are going to be interesting to follow there, and the ex-shooters' results as well. We'll keep checking those numbers for you. We stress less than 6% counted at this stage. Keep your thoughts coming in the live chat right now. We want to hear your thoughts on this, and who do you think will win? And will it be a minority or will it be a majority? We could be on for minority, or we could be on for majority stages at this point, I reckon. If we can, let's bring back in our national reporter, Austin Pollock, who, of course, has been looking at some of these seats closely as well. Austin, good evening once again to you. It seems like the swing nation... I did it again. The swing statewide is on.
It is, Leo, and one seat in particular is the seat of Monaro. Now, that's held by the Nationals. And an interesting fact is that it's been won by the party forming government 27 out of 30 elections. So if the Nationals win, this will be a big swing away from what is usually done. 27 out of 30 of those won by the party forming government. But currently, it is leading by the Nationals, Nicole, overall 40% to the Labor Party, 34.6%. However, there is a 12.3% swing away from the Nationals, and 6.9% of that vote has been counted. So there's certainly that will be definitely a key seat to watch as the night goes on.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be really interesting, and I'm going to have to mention it again. Cessnock, objectively the funniest results at the moment right now. Most obscure. Again, I just repeat for those who are just tuning in regarding the seat of Cessnock. Labor is currently in a 2-party preferred contest with One Nation. Labor's expected to retain regardless. Legalised cannabis is third, and the disendorsed national candidate, Ash Barnum, he is fourth. That is on primary vote. So what a weird result they have going on in Cessnock. That's whether you like it or not, but it's still just very unique. Campbelltown, also One Nation, getting up second at one point. We'll check in with those results a little later. If we can bring in now Roman McKinnon, our political editor, who is continuing to follow more of these races. And Roman, it's certainly looking like, as I mentioned to Austin before, the swing is on. And I'll say it correctly, statewide.
And I think
that kind of 6.5% swing is what is needed for Labor to form government, and I think they're on the right track at the moment. Where was it? Yeah, so in Western Sydney, there's a 2.6% swing to the ALP, a 7.9% swing towards Sydney. In Lake Macquarie, which is really interesting as well, yeah, a 1.4% swing to the ALP there. Wakehurst as well, a 23.1% swing to the Independent, who we spoke to just before, a few others. Lismore, 16.5% swing to Labor. Tweed, 0.4% to Labor as well. Upper Hunter, 3.1% to the Nationals. Goulburn, 3.9% to the Nationals, as well as the statewide, which is really soaring at the moment. A 6.3% swing at a statewide level to Labor as well. So it'll be really interesting to see that swing even grow and grow as the night goes on. Obviously, we're about 3 hours since polls closed, so it'll be really interesting to see what happens there.
Yeah, I wonder what's going on with some of those results, but certainly the Nationals. I was speaking to Stuart before, and as I said, they seem to usually be pretty safe in them. I mean, you look at what is it, Northern Tablelands are on like 91.7% two-party preferred v Labor, so you don't expect a big change there. It's actually in favour of them there, but that is the seat of Northern Tablelands for you. They really do like the Nationals there. And again, One Nation not doing too poorly either. Going to actually put on a chart the proper where are these candidates going. Liberal Democrats, and we will bring Stuart back later, but they also were apparently third in another seat there. Roman, and maybe this is just me trying to talk to myself here and give me some false hope on my own election prediction. We could be headed for majority territory here at this rate.
Most definitely. With a 6.3% swing towards Labor, it's definitely not out of the cards. We haven't heard much from the Liberals in swings towards them. It's really been the Nationals and Labor at the moment taking those swings. But it's definitely on the cards, and I would not rule anything out at the moment. 17 seats towards Labor, 16 to the LNP, 1 Green and 2 others, with still 57 seats in doubt. There's 93 seats in the Legislative Assembly, or the lower house. 47 seats will be needed to form a majority. As well, we will be looking at the Legislative Council as well, or commonly known as the upper house as the night rolls on.
Well, stay tuned here, because you're going to start to watch my election predictions unravel and be completely wrong, as usual. Lucky we're not watching the footy. But this election, it's more interesting than the Victorian one. We're not having a result, talk about the footy halfway through it, or less than halfway through, because there's nothing going on. Please no one bring up the results. I mean, Hawthorn's not playing right now anyway. We'd be doing badly anyway. We'll bring back Stuart, because Stuart, I've been looking at you in the bottom hand screen, and you're surprised at some of the results, I'm assuming, and if not, act like you are. So what is going on in some of these seats where it seems like One Nation and also the LDP on primary, at the very least, doing decently enough?
Look, there are a few seats, but what I want to look at right now, if I can just for a second, is that we are seeing a high Labor swing in Vega of 10%.
I think also we just got some more numbers out of the we got some numbers out of the statewide results, and so it's looking like Coalition 20, Labor 25, Greens 1, 4 others, and that's 43 and down. So numbers just went up there. Again, for anyone who missed that, that is 25 Labor, 20 Coalition, 1 Green, 4 others, 43 in doubt. So Labor doing decently there. Of course, it could be neck and neck. You need 47 seats for a majority government. So we'll see what happens in that regard. But Stuart, the Greens have secured at least one seat. Do we know what's happening in Balmain right now? Because we were discussing it earlier and how Labor was going ahead.
It's still neck and neck in Balmain. Greens are actually ahead, but only by 2%. 51.6% Greens, 48.4% to Labor. There are 26 votes in it. So still pretty close there, sitting at around 3% counted. Definitely some interesting results, some of these. I mentioned Balmain earlier. Sorry, not Balmain. I mentioned Bega earlier, only because we only had a by-election in 2021.
Which is where it's changed to Labor too.
Was it last year or the year before last that they had the by-election?
It was February last year.
And the fact that we're seeing a 10% swing even after that by-election, to me, I think says that we could be wrong. We could be looking at a Labor majority government here. If we're seeing things like Bega. I don't want to...
Don't tell me I'm wrong yet, please.
Fine.
No,
I'll be saying that I've been wrong as well.
Chris Minns, he was suggesting a few weeks ago that he's kind of conscious that those wins in the by-elections and the swing towards them was kind of just a spur of the moment anti-coalition government thing. But they might not be. That's the thing, as you're saying here. So, yeah. I'll keep following those numbers for you again. Just got ahead. Big swing, big numbers called in the statewide results. 28 Labor, 21 Coalition, 3 Greens. So I think they might be calling Balmain there. 5 others. I think I've been totally wrong with this. I think we're going to have we're on track for a Labor majority at this stage. No one's calling anything, though, yet. Let's bring back in Roman McKinnon, our political editor. Roman, continuing to follow these results closely, and it seems like Labor's powering ahead.
Absolutely, Labor is powering ahead, and so is Chris Minns, because the ABC is reporting a Kogarah retain for Chris Minns, so absolutely huge in Labor's chances in forming a government and possibly a majority government. It's about 2 hours in and already a retain in a really marginal, ultra marginal seat.
Do we have the exact numbers? I was going to say, sorry, Roman, on how big the swing is.
So it's really interesting to see how this works out in Kogarah.
Do we have the exact numbers, Roman, on how big the swing is?
I'm not sure. Let me just give me a moment and I can look for that for you. But yeah, I'm sure it'll be.
Kogarah, of course, is notionally 0.1% Labor. It's the leader, Chris Minns' seat, possibly the next premier. And it was 1.6, but it became notionally 0.1% Kogarah. We almost have 4 candidates as well. They're Labor, Liberal, Greens, and the Independent. Kogarah, I'll make sure I pronounce that right to our New South Wales viewers. You deserve it, Kogarah. But certainly any hope that anti-Minns people had might be gone now. Do we have those numbers now, Roman?
Yes, we do. So it was in two-party preferred, 58.2% towards Chris Minns, of course, and 41.8% towards the Liberal candidate there, Craig Chung. That was the 2-candidate preferred right there. So they're calling it quite early. It's huge for Chris Minns and the Labor Party to retain not only his seat but the marginal seat that will be needed to form their majority when, maybe if, they get there.
Yeah, of course. I want to check those numbers with the Greens again. I'm just looking them up because they are trying to retain 3 seats, including one where they've got a retiring member. The ABC, by the way, here's something. We were speaking to Michael Reagan before. The ABC has called it. Wakehurst. Wakehurst is going independent to Michael Reagan. The swing is on. I've done it again, but there we go. I think if we can bring back Stuart Jeffrey again, that swing has happened, and they're calling it now. Michael Reagan has won Wakehurst, according to the ABC. How about that?
I mean, it definitely speaks with the independents. With regards to North Shore, where we've been watching for Helen Conway, it's unlikely that she'll win that seat there. You're looking at a difference now of around 11%, but definitely Wakehurst flipping away from the Liberal Party means they're that much further away from forming government.
Jenny Leong re-elected in Newtown for the Greens, by the way, but there's going to be an independent gain, at least one. We'll say that. Helen Conway, yeah. Wait, what is the other? Let's go. I'll check up Lane Cove. By the way, you won't believe this. Some might not believe this. Gina Reinhardt has been seen handing out meat pies to Liberal volunteers in Lakehurst. I just want to actually no. Hang on. Okay. Some people might be shocked here. Hold on a second. Wakehurst has been called for the ALP. Sorry, not Wakehurst. Lane Cove has been called for the ALP here. So, Stuart, those we talked about Labor versus Independent. Labor might be getting ahead, at least in one seat.
Definitely, I did say that they have this barrier to overcome with regards to having OPV, because a lot of people are only voting one Labor or one Liberal, but it seems that they may be overcoming that in some of these seats. So I think Wakehurst, I don't think that we'll see the Teals take back. What was it? What was I see looking at? North Shore. I don't see them take North Shore, but Wakehurst definitely is a big one to see. That was in from the Liberal Party.
Yeah, absolutely. This is Victoria Davison, by the way. I'm just checking those numbers again. She is on 20% of the primary. 20% is not bad. Labor's on 24, though. Liberal on 46. But it's all about those preferences, and if people do choose to preference in the end.
It does, however,
you go ahead.
It does seem that Karen Fryer won't be able to take Vaucluse.
She's
now 20% different.
Last time I checked, yeah.
Yeah, she's coming in second on primary, but it's 60% Liberal, 40% Independent. So I do not believe she'll take that seat. So we are sure we have Wakehurst, which is a big win for the Teals, but it seems like it could just be a one-off for Wakehurst. There's no Teal. It's better than we saw in Victoria, definitely.
No one's.
We voted for Teal way.
Labor swing. No one's. Well, hang on. Victoria has currently 0 independents, so that's +1 over New South Wales. So there may be a wave, or at least a ripple, a small wave to the main independents, but I'm just saying here, it's looking like Labor's also going to win South Coast. They're doing really well there. Labor winning Lane Cove, though. I'm stunned. I am stunned. So what do you think about Stuart? Genuinely, I'm shocked by that.
Wait, sorry, are you using the ABC's figures?
Yeah, I'm just saying, and although we've oh gosh, ALP, okay, ALP's ahead. ABC just reversed their call. ALP ahead. They got rid of the gain. So
I'm looking at 9 and a sitting winning Herald, and neither of them are calling it for Lane Cove. Sydney winning Herald has it at a slight advantage towards the Liberal Party there. Looking at the ABC's raw figures for Lane Cove rather than their preferencing, again, it is looking good for Lane Cove there as well, potentially being too close to call rather than it definitely being. It's not. I don't want to call it just yet. It is too close to call.
Yeah, I don't want to make that call either yet, but we're just going to have to wait and see there, because again, I'm just looking at those numbers, and they've kind of reversed that call. They briefly called it for a gain, but yeah, it's coming up. It's coming up really close in some of these seats, but it's certainly. AB. Oh, geez. Okay, ABC has Labor ahead in Epping. That's Perrottet's seat. Okay, that I don't think that'll last, but Labor is ahead in Dominic Perrottet's seat. So that would be something.
I'm not trusting the figures that we're getting for right now. We don't know the preference. I'm looking at the raw figures right now, and Perrottet is ahead on primary.
Right. I
don't know why. I don't know how they're calling.
They definitely have one stage not called it, I should say, but they put ALP ahead on two-party preferred.
Let me just look at Epping for a second. Because
it's a glitch. Hang on. No. It's definitely a glitch. You look at those numbers. Dominic Perrottet's 51% primary. It's not possible to win that.
It's weird. 9 Sydney Morning Herald and ABC are all calling he's won on primaries, but he's lost on preferences, and I don't know how that math lines up. So no one touch Epping. I don't know whether we need the ABC turn it off and turn it on again. Like, I don't know what's happening there with Epping, but he's winning on primaries. I'm sorry.
I don't know what's going on either. Someone at the New South Wales Electoral Commission Centre in Epping has I don't know, fallen asleep at the wheel. Because this is going out to everyone, by the way. This isn't just an oopsie ABC moment. It's certainly. I'm just trying to figure out the figures here.
It is. It's the Electoral Commission. It's not ABC. I've just checked the figures myself as well. Unfortunately, the Electoral Commission's website isn't the easiest to use.
Which is why a lot of people go to the ABC website.
Yes.
Fair enough.
I mean, you can't blame them for that. Yeah, they definitely don't. That's why I'm a bit cautious about calling seats like Epping, because it might look one way.
I don't know.
We saw that in Victoria. There was one seat in Victoria that had the same
we all know to lose on
51% primaries, 42% preferences.
People are going to claim.
Where's that 9% going
at this point? Yeah, I'm really confused by what's going on here. We will get to the statewide things in a second. But I just want to go back to Cessnock, and Stuart, I'll let you just take over for a second.
Yeah.
I'll just let you go back to Cessnock.
No,
It's
sorry,
still
I
Labor
wasn't
One
gonna say
Nation.
that. Yeah, but Greens have dropped down to 4th. I believe they were in 5th. I could be wrong, but Nationals are now in 4th place. Greens are in 5th, then AJP, and then Sustainable Australia. It's the votes are still going towards Labor. Labor's increased their margin, but it is still weird seeing it say Labor One Nation as a preference battle.
Yeah, and we also note some seats have only really just started. Bathurst only started this hour. It didn't start in about 6 or anything like that. So not entirely, sure what's going to go on.
I mean, it could be the Electoral Commission, because
we expect it to be the Electoral
Manly's
Commission.
saying 0% counted, but also 2,600 votes towards the Liberal Party. So clearly there's something happening at the Electoral Commission's website that's not getting through to the other outlets. I don't know what it is, but there's something happening there.
Yeah, no one knows what's going on here at this point. No one go crazy in Epping, okay? It really just seems to be a glitch. But still, Kiama, Gareth Ward is still ahead on Kiama. Oh, our team's going to kill me in New South Wales. Kiama.
I am seeing, yes.
Gareth Ward's seat. It's like that. But anyway, Stuart, we'll come back to you in a second. Look, at this stage, based on the statewide swings that we are seeing, 6 News is prepared to make a call. We can't definitely say minority or majority at this stage, but 6 News projects Labor will form government in New South Wales, ending 12 years of coalition power in the state. This will be the first time that Labor has gained power in New South Wales since 2011. That was the last time they were in power. And you can expect now Chris Minns will be the next Premier of New South Wales. Stuart, we're making the call. What do you reckon?
Okay.
You're going to back the call
I
that
think
we just made?
I think it's. I mean, we all thought Labor government. I want to say it's probably a bit too early to call because Labor is still 11 off of getting 47 that they need. But it does. I'll say Labor leads. That'll be my call. I'm not going to say Labor. I'm not going to call it for Labor. I'm going to say definitely Labor leading right now. Probably leaning towards minority government. Liberals still can probably pull it back somehow. I don't know how.
There's no way the Liberals can get a majority at this stage. No way.
Yeah, they can't get. Yeah, they've lost too many seats. Even Wakehurst, if they can't hold Wakehurst, they can't form a majority government. That one's off the board.
Yeah, so Labor will win this New South Wales election, some way or another. But yeah, the swing definitely seems to be on here, and so that's that. So what are your thoughts? Have we made the right call? Do you agree with that? And Labor forming government, what are your thoughts on that? Let us know live chat right now. 6 News on YouTube. Keep your thoughts, your questions, your queries coming in. Labor to form government in New South Wales. That is what we are pretty safely at this point going to call. Just want to get up more of those total seat numbers again. It's 47 to win. ALP 39, Greens 2. So they've walked back a Greens gain. Other 6 again. Labor 39, Liberals and Nationals 27, Greens 2, other 6, 19 in doubt, 47 to win. So yeah, we can pretty safely call that. I just can't see a coalition gain even at minority. And if it was minority, the only way they'd get it is if a bunch of crossbenchers, because as you mentioned, Stuart, they get the first call with the crossbench negotiations. A bunch of crossbenchers suddenly switch their minds or something like that. But it just seems really unlikely at this stage because we are talking about Labor majority now.
Yeah, definitely Liberals can't form majority. I'm not going to they can form minority government. It is probably going to go Labor. You're probably right calling that. I didn't want to call it that early, but you probably are correct based on the figures that we're seeing right now. Although I will say, just going over them, we are still seeing a good minor party turnout. We don't have figures back into the upper house. It has only been 2 hours, and there are 5+ million voters. We don't have anything in the upper house just yet, but a lot of these seats are seeing 3rd and 4th places going towards One Nation and Lib Dems. A couple have Sustainable Australia doing pretty well. I believe Sydney, which has been called for Labor. Oh, they walked it back. It was called for Alex Greenwich. It was called for Independent. It's now been walked back.
They've walked back Greenwich.
Sorry?
They've walked back Greenwich?
Sydney. They've walked back Sydney for Greenwich.
Yeah, the MP.
Yes, they've walked it back. It was called. They've walked it back.
Jeez, so
I don't know why.
That's a
it's a 40% difference. Based on the figures that I'm reading right now, we have preferences flowing from the ALP to Lib Dems in Sydney, and Greens in Central Australia preferencing Alex Greenwich. So we have Labor preferencing Liberals over Teal. There's that. That's odd. I wouldn't expect to see that, but yeah. He can't. I don't think Liberals can take Sydney, but the fact that we have Labor preferencing there does mean that Labor is percent that the Teals could be a force, and I think we underestimated them as well. Of course, Alex isn't a Teal, but he's been around for a while.
He succeeded Clover Moore, but
That's
Jeez.
it's definitely a swing towards him.
Right. Yeah. So so that's happened. Stuart, the other thing is, of course, is where these crossbenchers are going to come in, because their impact could be different depending on, obviously, you know, where, or the impact obviously could be different depending on whether we get a minority or not. But where are these? Because Greens had 3 and now it's been walked back to 2.
Hang on. Do they walk back Wakehurst?
Oh, surely not. Please haven't gone wrong again, have we? I don't think so. No, I'd fairly call Wakehurst safe, but
And it's a gain.
They're definitely calling it as a gain here. You just
nine was calling it differently.
Forget 9. Reagan's ahead on primary now, 37.5. So he's even got the primary win. So, you know. So that's that. I think we actually might be able to, in a moment, cross to the scenes at Michael Reagan's event, which, of course, is being held in the seat of Wakehurst, where he very possibly is about to win it and become the next member, defeating the Liberals there. Of course, Brad Hazard, the retiring MP in Wakehurst, former health minister. But it's looking like it's looking like yeah, we can just bring that up. It's looking like we could have at least one independent gain. That's if you don't include the ex-Shooters Fishers independents who are winning as independents for the first time. There we go. I'm just seeing it now. Huge celebrations in Michael Reagan's campaign event. He is now declared to win that seat. He is being called as the winner there. Wakehurst will be gained by Michael Reagan, as we said a while ago. So we weren't giving him false hope before. Isn't that nice? But yeah, Stuart, that's a big win for independent supporters, eh?
Definitely, and as I said before, and I'll say it again, having an independent win anywhere is a big blow for the Liberals.
Yeah, it's and of course with the optional preferential voting too. I mean, again, he's ahead on primary, so you know that's a huge thing for him there. 37.4% to Liberals 35.3, Labor 14.9, Greens 8.3, and so on. We can just see in the bottom right of your screen there. That is the scene at the Labor campaign. Sorry, Labor. That is the scene at the Wakehurst event with as we say, Michael Reagan expected to be the new independent member for Wakehurst. So we will keep following that for you. We spoke to him earlier tonight. He seemed fairly confident, but look, he you know, you never want to be too confident. So we're looking at where these seats are changing hands. East Hills, ALP gain. Monaro gain. Penrith gain. Ryde gain. South Coast gain. Wakehurst independent gain. Wallandilly independent gain. So those are the numbers. In terms of what's going on in Willoughby, Stuart, I'll get you on for this. What do we think is going on there? I don't think it's been called yet, and I don't want to get too ahead of ourselves. But Willoughby, that's Gladys Berejiklian's old seat, isn't it? I'm not. That is, yeah, that's Gladys Berejiklian.
It is.
And independents are ahead. There was a by-election, might I add, but they're independents are now ahead.
It's a narrow margin, but independents are ahead. So that we're seeing a second Liberal seat fall to Teals. It's not guaranteed. It is a close race.
No, that's 3, isn't it? Reagan.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
No.
There's potentially 3. We're thinking at least 2 independent gains at this point.
Willoughby, it's narrow. 16.5% counted. There's 94 votes in it. But Larissa Penn is being carried by preferences from Labor. It looks like.
So again, those preferences are coming through. That is the thing here. we optional preferential voting. It's happened. They've actually. Well, we'll have to get the exact figures up.
Actually, I could be wrong.
Oh no.
I've redone the maths. It looks like Larissa Penn has preferences from Greens, and Labor preferences are split.
Right.
Because looking at these figures, the alternative is to say that Greens are preferencing Liberals, which won't make sense.
Headline in the Daily Mail right now. Sorry, Stuart. I was just gonna say headline in the Daily Mail right now. Early results indicating a landslide Labor win. So I've really got this one wrong. Maybe we all
have.
Oh, we're going to be mocked to no endlessness for this. Well done, really. But in all seriousness, though, not over yet. What we are saying here is Labor will form government, absolutely. Majority or minority, yeah, we'll see. But yeah, so that is the situation in Willoughby. Now, why don't we just forget all that and check out the upper house results? They're not being counted yet. So let's go back to the lower house, Stuart, and we'll see what's going on what's going on there. What's going on with the Green seats? Because again, they were called for 3. It's back to 2, and that is where Balmain Greens are now ahead. It's tight. It's really tight.
29 votes.
20 with 17.3% counted. So
no, 7.13. 7.13.
The Liberal campaign. We're gonna have to bring up a picture in a second, but the Liberal campaign event headquarters, it is empty. It is completely empty, according to a picture floating around on Twitter. So yeah, that's not good for them. Channel 7 has called Labor majority.
East Hills, Labor.
What was that?
Well.
East Hills. Yeah. If we can also update those numbers on the bottom of your screen now. Coalition 24, Labor 40, Greens 2, other 8, and the amount of seats in doubt is 19. Again, that's Coalition 24, Labor 40, Greens 2, 8 others, 19 in doubt.
That gives us East Hills being flipped. Drummoyne is closer than I thought it would be.
Every minute we talk, it just gets worse for my calls here. Right. So I don't want to be stunned here. It's looking like Judy Hanna has gained Wollondilly. If we can bring back in a few.
Gareth Ward is still ahead.
Gareth Ward's still ahead. All right. I
believe you called that correctly.
Let's try to bring in back now again political editor Roman McKinnon. Roman, I think maybe the last time we spoke to her a few minutes ago, we said to each other, the swing is on. It's definitely on. It's yeah. It's
most
going to be a
definitely
Labor government, and I think it's going to be majority.
Yeah, most definitely. I believe Chris Minns and the Labor government is headed towards a majority government. He will be the 47th Premier of New South Wales. It breaks the little streak they had since 2011. All 4 Labor opposition leaders did not make government. If he lost, he would have become the 5th on that list in a span of just 12 years. He is not. He breaks that. The Liberal Party is now into opposition. The opposition is now into government after 12 years. So absolutely astonishing. And it shows Labor's power right across the country right now. And all these ALP retains and gains showing up all around the place.
I'm pretty sure, because I thought this was going to be longer than Victoria's election night. I'm pretty sure this is around the time, if not earlier, we called it for Dan Andrews. So So it's pretty much over for the Liberals here. It is over. I think it will be Labor majority at this point. I don't want to call that formally yet. It'll be a Labor government. I predict a Labor majority. Roman, would you be willing to bet on Labor majority at this point?
Well, at the start of the night, I was going to say Labor minority, literally like everyone else. Labor majority is looking very hopeful for New South Wales Labor at the moment, and every Labor supporter out there. We saw a photo before of the Liberal Party room. Not party room, the Liberal function room. No MPs in sight. There was about 1 or 2 people in the function hall. Shows how good or how bad the Liberals went tonight. On the other hand, Labor's function room absolutely booming. There's people everywhere. There's supporters everywhere. And there's MPs everywhere celebrating a Chris Minns election and government after, as I mentioned, 12 years in opposition. They were absolutely thriving before 2011. Before those 12 years, before 2011, they just ruled New South Wales, and it was known as a Labor state, just like a lot of others, including Queensland, Victoria, and even WA could be
South
called
Australia as well. Let's not forget them.
Yeah, exactly. South Australia, and the past and the amount of elections that have been Labor wins. I don't think we've had a Liberal win since the start. Since the start of 2021, we haven't had a Liberal win.
Yeah, the last Liberal win anywhere in this country at a general election was Tasmania. And it's... So, Labor will control every single mainland state and territory. The ACT will be shared with the Greens. Let's not forget that. The Greens are in a coalition government. Everyone forgets the Greens are in a coalition government, but the Greens are a coalition government. And there will be no more coalition governments, coalition referring to the Liberals and Nats. Tasmania is a solely Liberal government. Bring back in Stuart Jeffrey now. Might I add, we're expecting potentially some Wakehurst movements there with maybe a speech. But bring in Stuart Jeffrey now. Stuart, Penrith Stuart Ayres seat. It could be gone, or maybe it is gone. What's going on?
So we've got a whole swathe of seats have fallen to Labor again and again. Well, I think we're all surprised. Miranda, 15% swing towards Labor. Monaro, we're seeing an 18% swing towards Labor. So that's 1 Liberal and 1 National seats there. And then also looking like they're going to be able to flip Penrith. Probably flipped it as well. And Pittwater could go Teals.
Right, so that's a bit more than I was thinking.
Labor takes Penrith. We're looking right now at a difference of around 400 votes in Penrith, with Labor's Karen McEwen ahead, and then Pittwater with Jackie Scrubby ahead there as well. Heidi said earlier that Jackie's going to be relying on a high Teal performance in the upper house. If Jackie's, based off those figures, if Jackie's ahead here, it means cookie to the Teals in the upper house as well. We don't have, again, we still don't have figures into the upper house, but regardless, that's 3 more Labors there and a Teal.
Right, yeah. This is a lot more than I thought, and I think, well, if I'm dismayed purely, might I add, before anyone jumps to conclusions, if I'm dismayed purely because I've got another election prediction wrong, how do you think the Liberals might be feeling right now? Especially when I know, when I was talking to some Liberals, and they absolutely thought they could pull off a minority here. Monaro's flipped, as you say. Pittwater, Penrith gone. Labor is powering ahead to majority. They just went to 41 seats, 17 in doubt. 25 coalition, 2 Greens, 8 others. And so that's that. And it is only, ladies and gentlemen, 8:18 p.m. Oh, we've really gotten this wrong. I am never calling an election again. I'll leave that to Anthony Green. But yes, Stuart.
I'll put another one for you. Ryde. Also a Liberal seat. Also, it's going to go Labor as well there.
Right. So that's how many Labor gains is that? Are we looking at?
That's, I believe, currently Victor Dominello, who holds Ryde.
He's retiring. Yep.
He's retiring. And as a result of that, it's Jordan Lane up against Lyndall Howison from Labor. And Lyndall Howison looks like she'll flip it on preferences. On primary, it goes towards Liberals, but Labor flips it on preferences. And I'm confident with that. We're looking at almost 50% of the vote coming in for that one. And that's, again, another Labor flip there. And that's Northern Sydney, isn't it?
This is bad for the coalition. Like that goes without saying. This is really bad for the coalition. I mean, the fact we even had the possibility with a glitch of the Premier losing a seat. Hang on, we forgot it. John Ruddock's been talking about it. Hornsby. What is going on?
Sorry, before we go to Hornsby, Labor's ahead in Tweed.
Oh gosh.
It's
right.
Close, but they're ahead in Tweed. Hornsby, you said?
Oh, Kiama. Labor is ahead in Kiama. So Jordan Lane likely to take Ryde, and meanwhile in Kiama. Oh my gosh, I'm going to be doing this all.
Hornsby.
Kiama.
Yeah.
Kiama. It's in Gareth Ward's seat. Gareth Ward is probably going to lose. Anyway, I'm gonna. Okay, hang on.
Matt
can Roman take a crack at this as a Queenslander?
Roman, what am I? Kayama.
Yeah. All right. I'm.
I'll still stay true to Kagara. Yeah.
Okay. Gareth Ward's seat. Gareth Ward's seat. It's Gareth Ward's seat now. Kayama. Oh, so close.
I just wanted to speak about Hornsby quickly, just while we were at it. There was a 10.4 swing to the ALP there. The ABC are calling a Hornsby, a Liberal retain there. Matt Keane, the two candidate preferred 56.5% to him over Melissa Holly, 43.5% there. So Liberal retain on that one, but not sure what might happen, including Chris Minns and the majority. So it'll be really interesting as the night really rolls on. It hasn't really rolled on that far, about 2 hours and 22 minutes into this live broadcast and the vote count. It was definitely a bit shorter than a lot of people expected. As I mentioned before, a lot of people expected that Labor minority, but I think Labor just...
I also predicted like very little Teal impact too. Okay, I'm going to try one more time for our team in New South Wales. Kiama. Is it Kiama? Do I get the 3 stars for that? Kiama, great. I'm never going to get it right again. Look, we'll be going to break in a few minutes, but just stay with us right now for the next few minutes here on 6 News, because we just want to follow these remaining results at the moment. Labor's going to form government. I'm going to say that. Absolute. Greens likely to take Balmain again, retain Balmain. Labor is now up to 42 seats. They need 47 to win. Oatley could flip now, we're hearing from Stuart. Is that right?
Look, it's possible.
Right. All right.
Looking at the things we have right now.
I just saw a glimpse. Sorry, I was going to sorry to cut you off, Stuart.
Yeah,
I just saw a glimpse of Matt Keane on the ABC. He is not looking very happy at the moment. Yeah. So that's not good for them. I've put my foot in it with this prediction. Okay.
Liberals are ahead in Oatley.
Can I just say this? Sorry, March 21, Leo Puglisi says, for the millionth time, don't rule out a coalition minority. Now I'm saying I think Labor's got a majority. Well done, me. Kiss of death, Puglisi strikes again. I will So congratulations to all the Labor supporter. You got my support by virtue of me supporting or predicting a coalition minority, and now you're probably going to get a Labor majority. No, I didn't vote for any of them anyway. But look, Stuart, just finally before we head to a quick break in about a minute or so, any way coalition can get back in now? Can we brainstorm this?
That means they're going to take back Manly, take back Leppington to be a hard fight. Holsworthy, they can retain. They might be able to get Holsworthy. That's one they could get, but we will. Goulburn, they might be able to retain Goulburn. East Hills, they've probably lost. It's a swing towards Labor, 3.3%. Monaro is going to go national. Going to go Labor. Nationals has a slight lead of 11 votes on primary. That'll go Labor on preferences, 53.8% currently. Pittwater is going to be that's going to be a Teal. Penrith, they're going to come back and take Penrith. That's now a 5% difference. They're going to come back and take Penrith. They're going to come back and somehow take Parramatta, which they can't do.
Yeah.
Like, I don't see any way for Liberals to come back here.
Look, Stuart, I've got the whiteboard out. After the break, we're going to come back to that. I'm hoping not to cut off my mic there. We're going to come back to the whiteboard. We're going to see what's going on here. And maybe we'll come back to Cessnock too a little later. But we'll come back to that after this short break. You are watching 6 News Live right now as we continue to follow the New South Wales election. Labor set to form government. Stay with us.
When big news breaks.
It pains me to announce that I have no option but to resign from the office of Premier.
Reimpose stage 3 stay-at-home restrictions effective from midnight tomorrow night.
6 News is there for you.
This was a scene of what some are describing as almost a violent confrontations with police and protesters.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute coverage that's focused on the facts.
I just wrapped up a call with the Trump campaign.
The waters have begun receding in southeast Queensland now. The cleanup begins.
No matter the time.
Welcome to this 6 News major breaking news we have for you.
No matter the place.
Yeah, sorry, I'm at the supermarket right now.
You'll always see it first right here on 6 News.
If you are elected as Prime Minister, can you promise to own up to mistakes and factual inaccuracies if you make them? And would you be willing to come back on 6 News?
I certainly would. That would be a pleasure. And I think we've seen during the campaign, I made a mistake. I fessed up to it, said it was a mistake, didn't try to blame someone else. I think that's really important. With the high office of Prime Minister comes responsibility. And one of my concerns is that this Prime Minister never accepts responsibility, always seeks to blame someone else. And we can do much better than that.
All right, we'll leave it there. Opposition Leader Anthony Albanese, thanks so much for your time and for joining us here on 6 News.
Oh, thanks for having me on the program on 6 News, and I wish you all the best. And I commit to coming back on at semi-regular intervals. It I think is a fantastic initiative, and thanks for spending the time with me today.
When big news breaks.
It pains me to announce that I have no option but to resign from the office of Premier.
Reimpose stage 3 stay-at-home restrictions effective from midnight tomorrow night.
6 News is there for you.
This was a scene of what some are describing as almost a violent confrontations with police and protesters.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute coverage that's focused on the facts.
I just wrapped up a call with the Trump campaign.
The waters have begun receding in southeast Queensland. Now the cleanup begins.
No matter the time.
Welcome to this 6 News major breaking news we have for you.
No matter the place.
Yeah, sorry, I'm at the supermarket right now.
You'll always see it first right here on 6 News.
If you are elected as Prime Minister, can you promise to own up to mistakes and factual inaccuracies if you make them? And would you be willing to come back on 6 News?
I certainly would. That would be a pleasure. And I think we've seen during the campaign, I made a mistake.
Leo, and it is. It is. I reckon the party will get a majority. What are they on now? I think they're on about 40 seats. So certainly they're getting there. It doesn't look like this, and obviously polling that it would be a Labor government. Polling isn't always correct, but it was in this case, and Labor convincingly winning this election. So yeah, as you mentioned before, Chris Minns will lead every single state and territory, bar Tasmania and federally. So that does say a lot. Labor Party do have pretty much total control of Australia. So Chris Minns to be the 47th Premier, I believe. So certainly a big night. It's what, 7 o'clock or something here in Queensland. And
earlier than we called Victoria. Ugh, that's saying something about maybe our predicting skills, or yeah, it's a mess there. In terms of North Shore and Land Cove, and we'll bring in again Stuart Jeffrey, our law and government editor, election analyst. Stuart, I would not be calling it off for an independent gain there, but Labor is performing better than expected, it seems.
Definitely, Labor's doing better. Labor doing better than expected sums up tonight pretty well.
Yeah, I'm looking at these results again, and you're seeing them on the bottom of your screen now, but I'll just repeat them. 15 seats in doubt. With that in mind, 25 coalition, 43 Labor. They're 4 off a majority. 2 Greens, 8 other.
I think Tamworth sums up the night pretty well. You know, it's going to be a nat retain in Tamworth. It's going to be a nat retain in Tamworth, but it's a 40% swing against the Nats.
Right. All right.
So if Nats are suffering in Tamworth, there's a problem going on, and that problem is for them is Labor winning with potentially a majority government.
Yeah, and we will see what's happening there. And eventually we'll check out the upper house too, but that's a little later. Let's go back to Austin Pollock right now. Austin, we apologise, by the way, my mic was, having a little hiccup at the end of that break there because, why not? This is live election coverage, but Austin, we could hear you. So we'll try to answer the question again anyway. The swing is on. It's bigger than expected. It's probably going to be a majority.
Swing is on. It is definitely being expected, and it will be a majority. They're 4 seats away from 47 to be a majority. Chris Minns, obviously, they were polling well. The Labor Party, the pre-polls were showing that Labor would definitely be government. And once the polls are right, it's definitely a deja vu to the Victorian election when we were here, calling it fairly early. Not quite this early, only 7:36, but or here in Queensland, 8:36 down there. But it's certainly an early call. Labor will have total control of Australia except Tasmania.
But who remembers Tasmania, Austin?
But sorry,
who remembers Tasmania? They've got the mainland. Although
they're not even part of Australia.
All you Greens fans are, you can be fine. You've got the ACT, about half of the government anyway, but you're there. So I think it's a third. I think. I want to call a Labor majority at this stage, but I'm looking at the number. Austin, oh my God, they got 46. All right, can we? Let's call it. We can change the little strap at the bottom. 6 News projects based off the current figures, Labor will form not just a government. Labor will form majority government. That's what's happening right now. So we've made that call. It's over. It's about as over as it can get, and I don't think I don't think it's going to be a very happy panel in terms of at least Matt Keane's side on the ABC, and we've been looking at that in the corner of our eye. So Stuart, again, what can we go back to Cessnock, Stuart? What do you reckon's going on in Cessnock? I mean, I think is it still that One Nation contest? Though Labor's going to win it, but it's still
contest in massive air quotes. But yes, it's still Labor One Nation.
Where's legalised cannabis coming in on primary?
Third, 13.8. It's 13.8% primary for legalised cannabis, 14.8% for One Nation. On preferences, One Nation it has 26% on preferences. I'm surprised. Every single outlet has called Cessnock because it's a clear win for One Nation, but there are a handful of seats out there.
We need to make the call about.
Well.
I think you just said that it's going to be a clear win for One Nation. So You know.
Yep.
What's going on with the Nationals though? Because again, starting in Cessnock, obviously, they have a disendorsed candidate, which is why One Nation's performing so well, and I say that respective to their normal vote. But it's looking like Nationals aren't performing as badly as the Liberals are. We can say that, I think.
Well, I don't think it's just the fact that there's an unendorsed candidate. I want to take you across the map to Camden. One Nation coming in third there, 14.1% of the vote.
Right. Who's
so
second?
That is
how many have they got?
That is 0.7% lower than Cessnock, and they're coming in third. Labor and Liberals are almost in a dead heat there. 4 votes difference on primary, 33 votes difference on preference. Labor ahead, but One Nation coming in at 14.1% there. So it's not the fact that the Nationals have a disendorsed candidate. Cessnock is not a one-off for One Nation. One Nation has several seats where they're coming in with a double figures for a primary vote. That's impressive.
Yeah, that is impressive, and I think that's going to be reflected in their upper house results, isn't it? You'd imagine so, wouldn't you? I mean, Latham leading the ticket, they should be able to get their 2 that I predicted in the upper house.
Look, we could see Shooters lose their seat even, and that go to One Nation for all we know.
What about Lib Dems? I think Lib Dems are still in it. Ruddock? I mean, guessing.
They are,
that is.
But they're performing more consistently, I'd say, but consistently lower. One Nation is spiky. Like some seats are really low and some seats are really high in. Lib Dems are sitting in at a more consistent level, but that consistent level is lower than One Nation at their best.
Right. Yeah, we'll figure out what's going on there. But we're calling majority now. We're calling it. It's over. It's about as over as it can get. I don't think they've reached 47 yet officially. We have them on 46, but it's like any minute now. It's a waiting game.
We have a swing in Epping.
Is this an actual swing though, or is it
an actual swing?
Oh
10%
boy!
10% against Liberals. 10.61% against Liberals in Epping.
Oh my gosh! Oh, that's well, Perrottet might just hang on, but
he will retain it. But that's a massive swing. Against a sitting premier, we probably haven't seen anything this bad since Campbell Newman. I'm going to say, I'm going to put that out there.
We're talking Newman levels.
We haven't seen a swing against a sitting premier this bad since Newman.
Oh.
I am a Queenslander, so I could be wrong on that, but I am biased.
Yeah, Stephen Marshall almost lost his seat in SA last year. I don't know. It's not good for them anyway.
I've got another segment.
I've just been speaking. Sorry, I've just been in contact, Stuart. Sorry to interrupt. Maggie Perry, our election reporter. Looking at the numbers, we could have a situation in the upper house where it could be, and make sure this gets to 21, by the way. So if you can do the maths in your head for me, that'd be great. 7 Labor, 7 Coalition, 2 Green, 1 One Nation, 1 Shooter, 1 Animal Justice, 1 Cannabis, and 1 LDP. Is that to 21?
That adds up.
Right. AJP, according to Maggie, could go against a 3rd Green.
So how many One Nation seats did Maggie say we're looking at?
What was that?
How many One Nation seats we're looking at?
Well, in the upper house, we were thinking it could get 2. Might only be 1, which is just a Latham. Latham will go back in, but you have to remember the old Latham seat gets filled anyway. Probably by Tanya Mihalik, the ex-Labor MP, who's second on the ticket. So that will be interesting. That's a minor thing. Hey, I think we're going to be able to cross back to the seat of Wakehurst, where Michael Reagan, his campaign event is really in full swing. Lots of celebrations. Lots of celebrations there, and it's looking like we might be able to cross back to Wakehurst now if we can figure that one out. But in the meantime, I don't think there's a Teal wave here. There's some wins, but that's not necessarily a Teal wave. And Stuart, I think it's going to be inflated. It's going to look inflated, the amount of independents that won, because all three ex-shooters are now independent. I think we can cross back. Yep, cross back to Cedar Lakers right now. Michael Reagan speaking.
You understand I never wanted to be a politician, right? What did we just do? You Wakers warriors are amazing. There's a lot of thank yous, but I mean, you all know me, or some of you know me, some of you only just met me. And that's what it's all about. It's always been about Wakers. It's always been about the people for Wakers. It's never been about me. It's always been what we can do for our community, how we can serve it best. It's about restoring the integrity. It's about empowerment. There's no doubt that needs fixing. It's about the local issues. It's about protecting our environment. There is so much to do, and you've all helped make this happen. You've all created, I think, I don't want to jinx it because I'm a cricketer, a bad one, but I think you've all just created history. You guys look, we've all made new friends, we've all met some amazing people. I voted along that strong line from Bono that says, I've seen it 32 times, but it was this great line that he wrote that says that we are the people we've been waiting for. We can wait those, nothing to help you all. But there's lots to do. There's lots of thank yous as well, so let's get to the thank yous. And I did my best. I'm going to miss somebody, no question. So bear with me. Just the ones. Now I wrote this from a cheap class. Oh, where do I go? Set up the right page first.
Murray Street.
Campaign director, dictator, she carried all hats. Johnny, you can have your wife back anytime soon. Susie Morgan, you're amazing. Thank you. Co-pilot. Thank you, Susie. Your co-pilot bombers ended as well, she wouldn't say that, but I'll thank her properly later. Doc Dickinson and where are you? Thank you so much for your good things. All that stuff you saw, last everybody with all the maps and things, that was everyone loved the way Scott, everyone commented. The extraordinary Ben Grozy, who I know in a very short time. Two campaigns. You don't assume. Never known anyone to work as many hours as you do. Jodie Williams, where are you? He's had his own health issues this week. Hey, one job. And it's fair to say, and for those of you who don't know, His mother sadly passed away during this campaign, so it's been a big deal for you, mate. So even bigger. So well done. Andrew, I can't see you tonight. He's Andrew here, but thank you, my friend. Welcome. Sally Clay, what's the reason to do with you? Sally. There's been a number of significant donors who've gone over way and above, and I probably shouldn't name them all because I'll be in the papers one day. The official papers, that is. But thank you so much. But if I can use their first names, Andrew and Jack, Kirsty and Peter, Susie and Johnny, Vicky and Trevor, Lisa and Pat, Johnny and Deb, Graham and Phoebe, David, Karen, Phil, Warwick, Lana, Rob, Mike, David, Tree, Phil, Gary, Bill, Bob, Mark, Lachlan, Ken, John, Alistair, and Anne, and every single other person in here who put $1 in, $5 in, $100 in, anything at all. You guys are amazing. We have the endorsement video. I saw a preview here earlier. Thank you, my friend. That's a big deal when you do it. Just go through cheeky and say, my opponent has a Darryl Williams, I've got a Vigo. That was cheeky, sorry. I've had a good, clean campaign. It was good, cheeky. Connor, amazing Connor, Karen, John, Hannah, Tammy, Matthew, Bryce, Dave, Lane, Beachley, Sophie Stocks, and Zali Siegel. You guys are amazing doing what you did, and you didn't have to, but you all wanted to and volunteered to, so thank you so much. Could I have a quick round of applause, please? Like we had quotes on a lot of that material from people like Ken Stu Hines. We had Mike, Mark, Ken, Ray, Thomas, and Warwick. Thank you so much. They've been a lot to the community. We're not celebrities, they're just real human things in our community. Hard working people and volunteers, you're all phenomenal. So thank you so much. I mentioned the creatives before, Toff and Ian, Crash and Perva, amazing, and again, Ben's connections. Alex, Gavin Little, Alan and Mary, who are here tonight, so thank you, everyone. That's a really big deal. Everything you did was phenomenal and was noticed, and everyone said something today or through the week during pre-pop. Just like Peter saw. Hosting team meetings. I haven't had a single drop yet. Doc and Ed, thank you so much. And Karen, thank you so much for offering your place as well and offering your letterbox. We've got a couple of our letters and some not so. Actually, I need to check if she's okay. Actually, you always do this. But thank you so much. Now, hub leaders, amazing. You guys, people don't understand what goes into a campaign. It's extraordinary. Party machines do this, so people pay whatever. We're just volunteers, and we get, and some of you guys have never met until this time around, and we volunteer. We got hub leaders really making this stuff hum. Wendy McKee, Polaroid, amazing. Round of applause. Someone was in hospital, is that right? You pat yourself this morning. You had one job. Let Jody do it. There's Andrew's in lunatic. There's Les. Amazing. Roslyn Harrison, where are you? Rosie. Joel, who's left for Joe, having a hug as he left. Thank you so much, Joel. Sally Clayton, where are you? Amazing. Thank you. I've also got Les, Roz and Wendy work full time, so that's an amazing achievement. It's extraordinary. Well done. We've not forgotten anybody, which I probably have. Election day planning, Sally, Jules and Jody. Amazing. Thank you so much. The events team. Vanessa, Continue and Race. Thank you so much, you guys. Amazing. Amazing. I'm not sure if it's the right term or not, but 4 flu ninjas. I asked Toby for mine back. He said, "Can I have mine back?" I said, "I don't know what you're talking about, but can I have mine back?" Barbara, Bill, and the leaders, but Matt, Izzy, Nick, Liam, Raz, Vladimir, and Alex, you guys are amazing. Thank you so much. I am sick to death for seeing my face everywhere. Can they come down tonight? Alright, the social media team. We had Sonia, the two Sues, Chris, Ben, Karen, Ross, and Sean. Well done, everyone. It's extraordinary that social media. Logistics. Colin, Chris, and of course the original, as he called himself, self-anointed Regan, whatever that is, Jody. Well done. Not long ago, I promise. 3 gold bin captains, Jules and Lee. Oh my God, T.Y. And how you competed with Joel and Lee was amazing. Bill and Barbara and Joe at Forest Bay. What you saw to set up that for us. And we're still having 9 minutes stuff and haven't been surfed on that car park. But Wendy, amazing. Jody, thank you so much. And it took a week off work. That's a really big deal. So, how was working? And for Ringamore, I've got Sarah Grattan, bless her cotton socks. And well done, Sarah, thank you. And my wife, who I got down every day in Ringamore and trying to get into fights with the opposition, physical fights. She upset them so much they tried to take her on. Idiots. Silly people. Booth captains. Really important we acknowledge all our booth captains because today was crazy. Kirsty, Vanessa, Sally, Les, Jules and Lee, Susan, Paul, David, Andrew and Garth, Bill and Barbara, Joe, Alex, Robin, Julie, Dolph, Joe, Beth and Paul. That's only Beth and Paul. Nick, Colin, Wendy, Sue and Jeff. Thank you so much. There's many scrutinies, Tony Rubin's, Paul Murphy, thank you so much. This will be fine. A lot of scrutinies in here. You guys are amazing who even did that, so thank you so much. Partners and key volunteers, Dakota Light at home, particularly you, Johnny Morgan. Ali Grosjean, Sally's husband Steve, and Irene Jody in Whitestone, thank you so much. And originally my own wife. Obviously, growing up, Mum and Dad were a big influence on me. They're not even here today, unfortunately. Sadly, passed away too soon. But I was given great values and service and community service to just to give back, basically, and making sense of duty. But my boys, James and Alex, who aren't here tonight, they're at their own gatherers. That's what 19-year-olds and 18-year-olds do. But Alex brought out 5 of his mates today to come and hand out, so that was a big deal. We actually enjoyed it. It's always been about them for me. Everything that I do is about the community, but it's about making our community better. It's about doing things for our community. It's about giving back, and it's always been about leaving the place better than you found it, and hopefully more extraordinary. So for them, I look forward to this journey with them going forward. They're amazing young men, and I'm just really proud to be their dad, basically. I've been surrounded by amazing people. And one of them's here tonight. We came all the way back from Queensland, even brought a caravan, and our husband, Uncle Paul. But Auntie Beth, amazing, and good quality. Thank you so much. My sister in Perth, my aunt, my grandmothers, all amazing. But my cousins, amazing people doing amazing things. Nurses, teachers, police, defence, amongst them all. That look extraordinary. But Bron. journalist. Thank you so much. I know everyone does this to you, not for me. They love you more than they love me. We've done some amazing things together since coming together to run for council back in, I think it was 2007, we decided to change things that were in your council and give back to our community, and you were there right from the start. We both missed a meeting. I ended up becoming a mayoral candidate. You and these team were doing extraordinary things over there. You became the campaign director. And then 2 years later we got married. I still don't know how that happened. But thank you for being there side by side. It's been a really, really big deal for both of us. We've had our challenges. Your parents have been an amazing support for you, and it's great to see my in-laws here tonight who've had their own challenges. To see how proud they are of you and how much you love them, extraordinary. And the sisters here as well, which is great, with Ben and Toby, future presidents and prime ministers alike themselves, particularly you young men. The other one in the photo was Sophie Scott, not me. Beaver's up the back, mate. But Bronwyn, thank you so much. No one in this room could have done this without you. It was a massive team effort. You helped coordinate it. But for me at home, looking after me, making sure there's no food in the fridge that we have to eat in my bodies. Making sure the alcohol stops, and that went for me as well. It's all about thank you so much. And so that's Sarah had to do that. So thank you, Sarah. To everyone, an amazing effort. To Ron,
Yeah, definitely. The fact that he's managed to pull that off in a night where most of the people on the Labor is very impressive. Although it seems to be potentially no Teal wave like they saw at the federal election. I don't think they can repeat that. We do have a couple of independent wins here. Some of them are shooters, which don't really count as independents because they were already independent before the election. But definitely good to see some independents here as well in a night that's mostly gone towards Labor.
Time to introduce Chris Minns at the Labor Victory Party. So that's what Anthony Albanese is doing. Meanwhile, some interesting results coming out of the upper house. We'll get to them. But one party that aimed to win, and it actually doesn't look like they're going to at this stage, but the Public Education Party, they basically took over the old Reason Party. We spoke to party's convener, Cheryl McBride, a bit earlier about what exactly the party is, what do they stand for, whether she thinks they have a chance, and of course we'll get to those results after this. I don't think we have that. No, that's Stuart.
The motivation really came from the parlour state that public education is in. And if you look at the executive of Public Education Party, not too surprisingly, there are many retired principals, practicing principals, etc. So our membership is heavily skewed towards educators. Plus a very solid group of parents and citizens, researchers, etc., who have been very concerned about that steady decline of children's learning outcomes because of the choking or the suppression of resource and funding into the public education system. So it almost became a case of enough is enough. Our children deserve, no matter what background they have, no matter where they're located, they deserve to have a world-class education. And we had that, but we've let it go. We let it go. So our job is to claw it back and to make sure that, you know, the child in Glen Innes or the child in Brewarrina, you know, has a qualified maths teacher in front of them.
And we have just heard now that Dominic Perrottet, the New South Wales Premier, has formally conceded to Labor leader Chris Minns. Those are reports we're getting now. You can expect a concession speech pretty shortly. We'll bring that to you when it happens. Speaking again to Maggie Perry, our election reporter, and certainly looking like the AJP will be able to get one seat in the upper house, seven coalition, and probably not 3 Greens, but Lib Dems and legalised cannabis could both get in, plus at least one Nation. So it's going to be a bit of a tight race there in the upper house. That'll, of course, be crucial in the balance of power, because we now know that lower house crossbenchers will not be in a hung parliament role, but of course the upper house balance of power will be a very close one to follow. Might I remind everyone, it's just gone 9 o'clock, and this is well and truly done. So it is closer than we expected. Well, no, it's not. No, it's over sooner than we expected, I should say. So we are just going to keep following this. Again, Dominic Perrottet, we can expect him to speak shortly. He has called Chris Minns to concede, though. Dominic Perrottet has called Chris Minns and conceded this election. Again, let's bring in Stuart Jeffrey, 6 News Law and Government Editor. Look, Stuart, it's, as I said, 9:05 Eastern Daylight, even earlier for you and pretty much everyone else, because everyone else here is in Queensland. But it's gone so much faster than I expected. This is faster than Victoria.
Yeah, and I think a big part of it is not that there are two. I think there are 2 key areas to focus on from tonight, and that's North Sydney and Southeast New South Wales. North Sydney, of course, we're seeing a bunch of seats there fall to Labor, but the other area that I think isn't receiving much attention is Southeast New South Wales. If you just go over there for a second, we do have a large swathe of coalition seats there that are falling. Albury's fine, and South Coast is fine. But Monaro's flipped, probably. Goulburn's flipped, probably. Wallandilly has flipped, probably. Camden, probably going to flip. That's all the southeast corner. Oh, and also Kiama. Kiama, that's Labor as well. So that's also a Liberal loss.
Gareth Ward's old seat.
Yes.
Oh, boy.
Well, Wallandilly isn't certain. A couple of these seats are pretty close. Wallandilly isn't certain. I'll just put the figures for there again. That's, I believe, is between a Teal and Liberal. The Teal and Liberal difference of about 60 votes there. Only a third counted.
Are we calling that, Stuart? Sorry, are we calling that formally that Gareth Ward is gone?
I'm happy to call that formally that Gareth Ward is gone.
Right. All right then. So that's another one. Bites the dust. Of course, that seat was Liberal until, well, you know, things happened. Things happened, didn't they, Stuart? Things happened.
It's around 400 votes in it. I'm happy to call that for Kiama, because we saw him took an early lead, but that lead's been reduced, and now Labor's overtaken in that seat, of course. So with that, if he loses that seat, if the Liberals have lost that seat, no matter what, either that'll go independent or it'll go to Labor. Either way, it's a loss for the Liberals. Wallandilly, that's pretty close. Monaro's flipped, I'm pretty sure. Goulburn is probably going to flip. And then that one just leaves Mulgoa. Just let me pull that one up for 1 second. And I'm pretty sure that one's also gone as well.
There we go. The graphics on your screen. Labor to form a majority government. We can very, very safely call that at this point. And I don't think we were actually expecting to. I had plans for doing coverage all tomorrow morning. Oh, I mean, I don't even count votes tomorrow anyway, but the point stands. Regardless, Dominic Perrottet's conceded. And of course, we've heard speeches, some victory speeches from independent candidate for Wakehurst and soon to be MP Michael Reagan, which is, managed to get in. He is one of those independent gains. Shout out to Ben Kyoko, who recently joined Six News team, been great covering that seat of Wakehurst down there. You can see his work behind the scenes, and of course we had Michael Reagan on earlier tonight. So we've spoken to a winner tonight. We've spoken to someone who's actually won, which is nice. Usually on the big networks speak to someone who wins, but regardless, there we go. There's on screen now Michael Wakehurst's event. You got his supporters there. They would be very, very happy right now, and so yeah, that's the situation in terms of that. Now, One Nation's vote is not going away at this point. They're not doing too badly in some lower house seats, and in terms of the upper house, they could pick up again 1 to 2. They're at 1.7% of the statewide lower house vote. That's a swing of about 0.6% towards them. Shooters Fishers is down 1.8%, which is not a big surprise. Nationals also down by the same. Liberals down 5. Greens up slightly. Others being everyone else also up slightly as well. So that is again the situation in terms of what's going on in those party camps. If we can, let's try to bring in Roman McKinnon, political editor. Roman, look, I'll put it on the whiteboard if I need to make it more official. It's over. It's done. This is it. So Labor will be in government in every single state and territory. In the ACT, that's in a coalition with the Greens. The exception, of course, being Tasmania. But mainland Australia, it's a sea of red tonight.
Yeah, I just wanted to do a little bit of a recap. I just wanted to talk about northeast New South Wales. Labor's Janelle Saffin is set to record the party's biggest ever win in the seat of Lismore, of course, in northern New South Wales. A lot has happened in Lismore in that seat and that area, especially in that last term, obviously, that went through COVID. 2 floods as well, which is really some of the main headlines when you think of Lismore to this day. They held the seat by a margin of less than 2%. But that looks likely to blow out to more than 16%. So a 14% swing towards them means...
Roman, to think we were talking about Greens gaining it earlier tonight.
Yeah, exactly. And from a 2% to a 16%, it's now from a marginal to a very safe. So it's very promising up there.
That's huge for them. That is huge for them, as you say. And look, they would be incredibly happy with those results. Maybe even a bit surprised by them, if we're honest. But at the same time, aren't we all surprised by these results? Hey, let's also bring in our national reporter, Austin Pollock, who's also been covering these races tonight. Austin, good evening once again to you. Well, it's over, but what's going on in some of these individual races where it could mean really just bigger Labor majority at this point?
Yeah, Leo, in the seat of Leppington, which is a brand new seat of this election and was part, as I mentioned earlier, of the readjustments in 2021, that has been projected by the ABC to be an ALP gain. So this seat obviously has no MP. However, I think it was originally predicted as a 1.5% marginal ALP seat based on 2019 polling. And currently, Labor Party's Nathan Hegarty is in front on 60.4% and 39.6% to Liberal Party's Theresa Felledy, apologies if I got that wrong, on preference count. That's based on the projection of the preference count. And in first preference, they are also leading on 50%. So certainly that's a nice gain, an extra seat. It's all going to count to the ALP's majority, which they have now reached at around 48 seats.
Yeah, they have gotten this. Do you reckon we can use the word comfortably at this point? They've gotten it comfortably?
So. Yeah, they've won it comfortably.
Yeah. Keep your comments coming in live chat right now. Are you surprised by this result? Are you surprised that Labor has won so well and so fast too? Let us know live chat right now on YouTube. And of course, if you're enjoying tonight's coverage, support us on Patreon, patreon.com/SIXNewsAU. Checking the numbers at the bottom of your screen once again, because those party totals, those all-important party totals, at this stage, Labor 47, Liberals 15, that's -10, Greens 3, Independents 8, 11 Nationals, and that's about it. So Nationals only down by 1 at this stage, which is not poor. It's not, no, I don't think many would call it, the best result right now, but it's not exactly, a poor showing. Now, if we want to see, look at the seat of Ryde, and that's been one that's been really interesting to follow. Follow tonight. The seat of Ryde, where if I'll just bring it up for everyone, it's been kind of swinging, but it's looking like an ALP gain. Lyndall Howison, excuse me, will win that seat, 52% two-party preferred, and Liberals at 48 on two-party. So that's a Labor gain. Stuart, you've got some One Nation figures?
Is still up there. Again, 14.7% of the vote, so doing very well in that seat. Leppington also in third there, 8.1% of the vote. And Badgerys Creek, which replaced Mulgoa. I don't know why I put it in the equation before. Mulgoa doesn't exist. They got rid of it at the last redistribution. Badgerys Creek, again, sitting in around 8% of the vote there. I believe that was coming in third in that seat. Yeah, 8.5%. So there are a fair few seats. One Nation isn't running in every seat. In the past, they've had that policy running in every seat. They're not running in every seat now. They've picked their battles, and the seats they are running in, they're consistently coming in at third or fourth or fifth, meaning that they could be in a position to become a rival towards the Liberal Party, given how much they've suffered recently. Of course, from the things we have right now for the upper house, One Nation's vote is down a bit on what it was last election, but that still guarantees them at least one seat.
It's not bad. It's not bad is the point here.
Yeah.
And especially it's been helpful that they've had the disendorsed National and Cessnock, but still I can
add 2 more One Nation seats for you.
Campbelltown earlier tonight. Because
Campbelltown, yes. Campbelltown, again, another One Nation, 11.2%. So definitely some figures there. Very
not just One Nation, though, Stuart, of course. The thing is, the results in earlier tonight, Labor, then One Nation, then Liberal Democrats, then AJP, then Green, then Sustainable Australia.
That's gone, yeah.
Then Independent. Amazing.
That's now Greg Warren is going to keep that seat, 76%. Liberals didn't do great there. One Nation is only 3% off of the Liberals' primary vote. So One Nation definitely a force there. In Camden, again, looking at 14.2%. So looking at a lot of One Nation candidates that are getting in the high single digits or low double digits for polling, which is pretty good compared to what they've had in the past. At, say, the last state election, for example, a lot of decent figures for One Nation, and I reckon they'll be pretty happy about that.
Yeah, absolutely. They would not be upset with those results. So yeah, that'll be as I say, a really close one to keep following for everyone. But let the whiteboard say it all. It's over. It is just completely done at this stage. It could not be more done if it tried to be. So we can bring up that graph again for you. It just is the story of the night here. Labor forms a majority government. It's over. Perrottet has conceded. It's done. Stuart, I'm not going to ask the old can the coalition come back from his question. But in terms of the other minor parties, what's going on with, say, maybe not Sustainable Australia, Shooters Fishers, because obviously normally they'd be retaining their 3 seats, but you can forget that happening.
They do have a couple of seats. Dubbo, it's around 15%. Cootamundra, it's around 9%. So there are a handful of seats. Gosford, it's almost 5% in Gosford. So there are a few seats, more regional seats, where they are polling. In the past, these figures will be ones they would be okay with. Right now, they're figures they should be happy with. And that says something about the shooters. We now are in a position where Western New South Wales is dominated by independents. You've got Wagga Wagga, which is independents. You've now got those three former shooter seats that are all independents. Potentially Kiama there. It's not rural, but it's definitely regional. Also potentially looking at going independent there if Gareth Ward retains it, which is unlikely. These figures, but we do have a lot of independents in regional New South Wales now, and I reckon that is a cause for concern for the Nationals, because we now have a strong independent force there, then that's troubling for them.
Well, I reckon the Nationals were concerned enough when it was shooters fishers, and so they've come back from that. They've survived all these ex-shooters fishers MPs. I'm not sure what's going on with their upper house vote. That's way too early to call at the moment, but we should keep checking it out. AJP, it's an absolute mess. But it looks like, and I'm speaking to Maggie Perry, our election analyst, and Stuart, you will want to hear this. Liberal Democrats pretty much guaranteed to get an upper house seat. So thank you, Liberal preferences.
There's a single seat that I've found, Macquarie Fields, where Lib Dems are polling third, and that's at 9% in Macquarie Fields. Actually, there could be a second one. Let me just check my figures again. But they aren't doing too well in the lower house. They were doing well in Canterbury earlier tonight. Let's go check there. And they've fallen down to 4% at 8.4% of the votes. They were polling at third there early tonight at Macquarie Fields. They were doing well there, and that's about all I've got right now for high figures for them. So it's just a single seat. It's 8.9% and another 8.4%, and the rest of the seats, they aren't doing all that crash hot.
What's Lane Cove looking like, by the way? We just got a question in the chat, because that has gone from Labor gain to independent speculation.
Which seat is this one, sorry?
What's going on there?
Which seat?
Lane Cove.
It's a Lib retain.
Lane Cove will be Liberal retain, yes.
Liberal, yeah, see, we were talking about independent wins, and then it's... Oh, boy.
I have found another Lib Dems. Lib Dems in Cabramatta got 9.4%.
Where's that in order?
There. So there is another seat there with Lib Dems that are relatively high polling, but Kate Howing's in that seat as a Teal and independent. A lot of the votes went towards her. There's a strong Asian community in Cabramatta, and so that is a different demographic to what Lib Dems. I've lost a train of thought. You know what? It's a good seat for them. I lost what I was saying with that. But yes, Lane Cove, with regards to it being a Liberal retain, is not what we were saying earlier tonight. Earlier tonight, we were looking at it going a completely different way. It is now a Liberal retain, albeit with almost 10% swing against them. Current figures are 9.3% swing against Liberals in Lane Cove. They will retain it.
Stuart, do we have the North Shore numbers?
North Shore? I can get those for you.
Yeah, no worries. Yeah, that's for those wondering, that's Helen Conway. She was running. That was her. She was contesting. We spoke to her earlier tonight, and it's going to be
also Victoria Walker as well. I believe she was saying.
Yeah.
Victoria Walker.
Because Helen Conway, that was the interesting one. Because my understanding was that seat and Lane Cove were the ones that the Teals were best had a chance of winning that. That's evidently not.
So in Lane Cove, the Teals came in at third, 21.4% of the primary vote. Labor beat them out at 23.8%. So they came in third there. North Shore, which you're right, is probably one of their best seats. It's going to go Liberal. It'll be retained. A 7% swing against the Liberals, but it's still a comfortable margin there of around 100. It's currently At 45% counted, it's a comfortable margin of about 1,200 votes. Kind of looking at 46.5% against 53.5%. So again, that's a comfortable lead for the Liberals in that seat. So we do have Wakehurst as a flip for independents.
And
unfortunately,
so
there hasn't been sustained elsewhere.
North Shore is definite no independent, it seems, at this stage from the numbers I've checked out.
I'm happy to call that for a Liberal retain.
Right. Okay, here's how the upper house is going, by the way. Again, communicating with election reporter Maggie Perry. Labor 7, Coalition 6, Greens 2, One Nation 1, possibly 2, Liberal Democrats 1, Shooters Fishers 1, Legalised Cannabis 1. That's Jeremy Buckingham, Animal Justice possibly 1. So it might be Animal Justice versus One Nation for that last seat. How about that? But Jeremy Buckingham is going to be back in. So that is, needless to say, that is going to be very controversial, and especially amongst his former Greens colleagues. That is, yeah.
ABC has called Monaro for Labor. ABC has called Monaro.
Right, that was a national seat.
National seat?
Right, yeah. That's the one that was the ACT, by the way. Always funny. ACT has 0 nationals presence, and right next to them is a national seat. Well, it wasn't. It was a national
15%
seat.
swing.
Right.
Albury is the only one that has a border influence in Albury because you've got a strong Liberal presence just across the border. So it makes sense that Albury still has a strong Liberal presence. But even Tweed Heads was looking like it was trouble earlier tonight. I'll just get the new Tweed Head because I have changed it. It's looking a bit better for Tweed Head as it is right now. I'll just go get those figures for you. Where are we? There we go. Nationals will retain that, but the margin has narrowed considerably, 3.6% swing towards Labor. So Nationals will retain Tweed Head, but as we've seen in the past, every election, Labor gets closer and closer to taking Tweed Head. I reckon one more term, and that we could potentially see Labor flip that seat.
Right. Yeah. So we'll see exactly what's going to happen in that regard. I'm interested in terms of, at this stage, I'm thinking, how much more can Labor win at this point? That's what I'm thinking right now. So you got Albury. You've got just the swings. Forget the gains, the swings at this point. Regardless of a win or not, they're huge, and we're talking years away. But if Labor kept this up, didn't screw up in this next government, these are seats they could win in 2027 if the swing continues, which it very well could if Chris Minns is successful enough as Premier.
I think we can potentially look at getting a second independent gain that isn't one of the exteriors. Jackie Scrubby looks like she will gain Pittwater.
Hang on, Heidi, our New South Wales reporter, Heidi Peachner, she is at that event. I generally thought she'd be one of the Teals that performed really badly. I'm going to level with you there. I did not.
Well, that's Ross Stokes' old seat, did he not?
Stokes.
So he was replaced. He's being replaced by Rory Amon as the Liberal candidates. Previous margin was 20%. It's now neck and neck between Jackie Scrubby, the Teal Independent, and Rory Amon. Now, I find that seat very interesting because Heidi was saying earlier that Jackie Scrubby would be relying on Teals in the upper house, i.e. Elizabeth Farrelly Independents.
Who aren't going to win, by the way. I'm looking at the
numbers.
They're
performing very poorly in the upper house. They're not going to get a seat there, but Scrubby will get a seat in the lower house. So I think that's very interesting that we're going to see that there. Teal's upper house, very bad. In the lower house, 2 seats is pretty good. Not what it's not.
Well,
it's
I was
not
say,
May
we
of
probably
last
have to
year.
get John Ruddock back on because tomorrow, because he's going to win, I think, in the upper house. Meanwhile, I'm just looking at those results. But sorry, Stuart, in the lower house, this is the Teals here, because it's such a mixed bag, isn't it? Because the seats, even internally, people were thinking that they'd win, aren't the ones they win, and the seats they were thinking, okay, maybe they won't win, they've won. And we're talking about Pittwater here, obviously.
In fact, even in Manly, a Teal win would not be impossible.
Right. Who's the candidate there?
That's just Jolene Hackman.
Right.
Coming up against Liberals' James Griffin. Currently, its difference is it's around 1,000 votes difference. 53.3% towards Liberals, 46.7% towards the Independent on preferences. So it looks like it'll likely be Liberal retain, but we could see a Teal gain there. It's a 10% swing against the Liberals already.
10%, yeah, that's
even
nothing.
If the Teals don't gain that, they should be very happy with that. I believe Manly's therefore performing better than North Shore is. Let me check those figures.
Yeah, North Shore.
Manly's doing better than North Shore by about 1% of the vote. Again, we don't have all the figures in. It's around a third in for Manly, around 45% in for North Shore. But mainly the Teal and Manly are performing better than they are in North Shore.
Stuart, okay, hang on. I'm going to do this live on here. I hate maths. I'm failing maths. I'm very open about that. But I just want to get to something in North Shore that's really important. And you can back me up here, Stuart, on this, which is preferences. So let's assume all Labor Greens preferences go to Helen Conway, all right?
Yeah.
Conway she starts with 22.4. I'm doing this on the whiteboard here, by the way. She starts with 22.4 plus 16.7, which would be 39.1, plus Greens, which is 10.8, and 10.8 would get her to 49.9. She sits at 45.5 right now.
I believe that what's happened is you've got some Labor votes going to Liberals rather than Helen Conway. If we assume that all Labor votes go to Helen Conway, then all Helen needs is the votes of either Victoria Walker or the SAP's Lachlan Commons.
Yeah,
and they have enough votes.
On these figures, she gets to 49.9. It's about as close as you can get. So you've got sustainable Vic Walker or informed medical options. So informed medical options, you can pretty much safely assume Liberal or exhaust. That's the thing. It's really hard to calculate with these exhaustion rates. But what is clear, I think it's fair to say, that the preferences did not flow enough. Would you agree with that?
Agreed. You have a minus 6.42% swing against the Liberals in North Shore. It's around 10% in Manly. So the preference flow was not as favourable towards Helen Conway as it was in Manly.
Yeah, it's that's interesting to
I'm saying we've got an outside chance of a Teal gain in Manly. I don't think North Shore is going to be possible. We're almost half the.
I think North Shore's going, to be honest. But at the same time, there was speculation within some of the independent camps that Land Cove wouldn't even be called tonight, and it evidently has. So, that's. But at the same time, it isn't bad news for independents. Again, it's going to kind of look inflated because it's up 3 independents on the virtue of the ex-shooters Fishers now being independents. If you discount those and just put them in their own separate camp, the numbers are still up by 2, maybe 3. We'll see in that sense. But still, Stuart, it's not bad at all for the independents. I mean that broadly for independents tonight.
I've got some more news for you.
Please.
Adam Crouch is out.
Which seat's that again?
Terrigal. He's government whip in the lower house, I'm pretty sure.
Government whip, right.
On primaries, he's ahead by around 2% of the vote. But on preferences, he's down by about 5%. So so that could be probably another Liberal loss that you can add to the tally for Liberal losses. Looking at around 53% of the vote towards Labor, at around 42% of the vote counted, I'm pretty confident that we could see a swing there. 16% swing towards Labor. That was a safe government seat. That's why potentially why is the government whip. That was a safe Liberal seat, and they could lose it.
Right. All right. That's a real important thing there. 10 seats remain in doubt at this point. It looks like Greens are, Greens aren't going anywhere in terms of their seats. Lismore was the real chance we thought they had, and well, that's not happening clearly.
Another safe seat looking like it could be Riff Miranda. Again, another Liberal safe seat.
Hang on, that's where Simon Earl's running, the ex-Cook candidate.
There's only 180 votes, 170 votes in it.
Because I spoke to him and
only one third counted.
He considered it's a fairly safe Liberal seat. That is
10.79% swing against the Liberals in that seat. He's in with a chance. And on top of that, you've got Liberal votes would only go towards Eleni Pettanos. The other parties are Greens, a Teal, and an SAP.
Gotcha. This is it's coming up fairly close here. Now we've been monitoring some screens. It does appear that Perrottet will speak soon, and then after that we can safely assume Chris Minns as well. He, of course, will be the next Premier of New South Wales. Please do keep your thoughts, your questions, your queries coming in right now live in the 6 News YouTube chat. We're reading them out. We want to hear your thoughts, and what do you think about a potential Liberal loss and this Labor government that will happen? So, we'll have your thoughts on that. Let's bring in now, if we can, Austin Pollock. I'll make him jump. Austin Pollock, national reporter. Austin, what are we expecting to happen under the new Labor government? Because it seems with this majority, they've got yes, of course, upper house balance of power still, but they'll have a much, much clearer path to a majority, to passing things, I should say.
Yeah, Leo, over the campaign, we've seen a number of promises from the Minns opposition, now government, but they have promised, firstly, that they will build 100 preschools, public preschools, and give 1,000 public school teachers permanent roles to help combat the teacher shortage that is crippling schools in New South Wales. They have also committed to helping hospital and committed to a minimum staffing level for public hospitals that will add 1,200 staff to the system, certainly helping hospitals cope with the added influx that is currently happening in the state now. And Minns will also create a New South Wales rental commission. Now, this will help ensure that renters are acting fairly real estate agents and rental properties are acting fairly with renters to help protect the rights of renters and people in the rental system, and they will spend $722 million on a first home buyer scheme. Now, something else that has been a hot topic throughout this election is, of course, the cashless gaming trial. Now, the coalition plans to make poker machines cashless in New South Wales by 2028. However, the Minns opposition, or now government again, rejecting a government, has only committed to a trial of 500 machines in the next 12 months. And the machines will transition to a $50 cash feed-in limit, and there will be a ban on signage like VIP lounge where gaming is promoted. And they will also ban political parties from accepting donations from the club's sector to help, of course, with stop the promotion of gambling, rather, Leo.
Yeah, that cashless gaming card is going to be a huge issue, and certainly it was something that that Labor has been criticised on, even by their own base, about not going far enough, is the perception. And something, Austin, a lot of independents and crossbenchers said they would push for if they had the balance of power role. Of course, upper house means a lot of things, and again, Liberal Democrats probably getting in the upper house too. John Ruddock there, also One Nation, Animal Justice, Shooters, Greens, etc. So we'll keep following that. In terms of just broadly, Austin, for Labor itself, huge. 2011 again, landslide loss, and they've had chances to come back, and they haven't, and now they've come back, and it's looking like a comfortable majority.
Yeah, it certainly has, and they're at 48 seats now, so that's, I think, one or two over, or bang on the majority mark. And so this is pretty much almost a landslide. It's over before we were expecting. Labor will be a majority, and it's quite a sad night for the Liberals. They're only on 15 seats, many seats are still in doubt. However, it's certainly, as you've said many times, it's a comfortable win for Labor. And we've seen this growing trend, obviously, government after government, a sea of red across Australia now, the mainland, except for Tasmania and that coalition in ACT. So certainly a good night for the Liberal Party, for the Labor Party, not good for the Liberals.
Absolutely. Austin Pollock, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Stuart Jeffrey back with us. Stuart, you look at the seats that haven't been called here, and it's a mixed bag. It's seats that, we can probably assume where they're going to go. Are there any seats you reckon are, like full on anyone's guess at this point? Not likely anyone's guess, you reckon?
Got a couple of seats in mind. Goulburn comes to mind. Half the votes are counted there. So around 100 vote difference, neck and neck. It comes down to there being not many minor party options. You've got Shooters, Greens, SAP, and that's it. Only 5 parties in that race, which means you're going to see a lot of votes going straight towards Liberal or Labor, and potentially a lot of exhaustion from more conservative voters as well, who are just voting Liberal and no one else, or just Liberal and just Shooters. So that's neck and neck. It's a 2.8%. It's a minus 2.84% swing there. So it's against the Liberals. It's neck and neck in Goulburn right now. That's probably the closest. Kiama is one of the ones that hasn't been called yet. Is probably going to go Labor. Manly, again, as I said, it's only an outside chance for Teal's there. Oatley is also in there. It's also around 300 votes. It's around 60% counted though. A 10%, actually 10.7% swing against the Liberals. I'm relatively happy to say that's going to go towards potentially get a Labor on these figures. Liberals are ahead by 300, but it's a massive swing there against the Liberals. And again, there's only 5 parties running. None of the right-wing minor parties are running. It's SAP, Independent, Green, Labor, Liberal. So again, the same situation you had, as I mentioned earlier, in Pittwater, which is again was also too close to call. I'm happy to call that. It's called Jackie Scrubby. ABC and a couple of the other are still saying it's too close to call. I'm pretty happy to say that's going to go to the Teals. Tweed is still up there. I said earlier it could go Labor. It's looking like it's less likely to get a Labor now. Nationals are ahead by around 400 votes. I think the big surprise for everyone is Balmain, where the Greens have suffered almost an 8% swing against them in Balmain.
Well, I think we thought that he had a personal vote. Oh my gosh, his name escapes me. The retiring Greens. Thank you, Jamie Parker. I thought he had a bit of a personal vote. Again, we were thinking that they could have lost it at the start, but I think they're safe there now. Actually, it's been called. Excuse me, it's been called. I think we can fairly call it safe there. But
I think
go ahead.
Surprising thing, it does indicate to me one surprise. I'm sorry to cut you off, but it does indicate one thing to me. Every election until now, we've seen, big jumps in the Greens vote. It's stalled at double digits. It's only going to be a gain of 0.66%. That vote's going towards Teals. I thought it'd be reversed. I thought it would be you see more Greens than many Teals. I'm surprised to see that the Greens vote hasn't increased as much as we thought it would. It has finally crossed double digits. It was around 9.5% at the last election. from memory. So it is now double digits, but it's not seeing the same growth it saw in previous years. Victoria, I think, was around 1.5% growth, which is pretty decent. But the independents have doubled their share of the votes, almost doubled it. So we are seeing votes flowing towards the Teals more than we're seeing votes flow towards the Greens in terms of making more headway. And I think Balmain is probably the best bit of evidence for that. Greens didn't gain any seats. Teal's going to gain a couple of seats, and the Greens saw barely any jump in their share of the vote statewide. And I reckon that'll be reflected in the upper house.
Yeah, it's not exactly a. I mean, you can't call it bad for the Greens, but it's certainly not exactly what they would have hoped for. And I don't even mean less of them winning a seat. Just the fact they don't even have the hung parliament opportunity now. They would be really disappointed in that. But Kate Farnham, the Upper House MP, was speaking to her earlier today. Definitely, she was really hopeful of what they would be able to potentially do in that event. But it's not happening, evidently enough. And look, it's a matter of what can they do in the upper house balance power? Again, they are pretty much guaranteed 2 seats in the upper house with a chance of a third. This actually is a good segue, Stuart, to get into those upper house results again. One Nation, definitely getting one at least, and you can assume the other seat will be filled by Tanya Mihalek, but Liberal Democrats and legalised cannabis, both looking like they could get in here.
And we should also see shooters retain their seat as well, which we should add. Despite the performance in the lower house, they will retain. And I will say, that's only barely.
Yeah.
They've suffered a minus 1.5%. So there's a drop in the vote. Previously around 5.5%, now only 4%. So they have suffered a drop. So sure, they might retain their seat in the upper house, but only barely. Compared to the Lib Dems, who have seen a jump of 1.2%. So theoretically, that's all the student votes go towards the Lib Dems.
Yeah, the Lib Dems. I mean, it helps they have that liberal backing, doesn't it? And by backing, of course, I'm referring to the whole, vote 1 us, vote 2 Lib Dems, and then that's it in the upper house. But it's still something. Do you reckon they could have done it without that, the Liberal Democrats, if they do indeed get this upper house seat?
Yeah, I reckon you're correct. I reckon that they probably would have been struggling without things like preference deal.
And they didn't exactly have a good spot on the ballot either. They didn't get the before the Liberal spot. They're right next to the Liberals, which eliminates any of the confusion vote. But in a way, I mean, it means they can claim that no one voted for us because they thought we were someone else, which is, something. Well, I'm sure they'll be happy to claim that.
When we did our coverage of the Victorian election, I said that Limbrick's re-election proves that it was a personal vote, not a name confusion thing.
Right. Also, let's not forget Liberal Democrats are involved with Glenn Drury, and that's a whole separate debate. And
yes, but this election here proves that it's not about the name thing. They'll decide the Liberals, meaning they can't use that name thing. So the fact that you had Limbrick being re-elected and now Ruddock being elected does show that they're finally becoming a party that goes beyond just their name. I will add to that and say, looking at the Freedom Party alliance, One Nation could gain a seat. Lyle Shelton has an outside chance.
No, surely not.
Very
surely
much
not. Group A independent family first Lyle Shelton.
He could get 21st seat. It's an outside chance, but for example, Lyle Shelton's chance is better than Elizabeth Farley's independence.
Well, you say that because EFI's vote has slightly risen as well, it's slightly risen. I think. Do we have the numbers on the Independent Australian One Group vote? That would be an interesting. The Ricardo.
They're beating Reason / Public Education Party.
Right. So
how's that for interesting?
Well, who's last is who I'm interested. Independent Christians for Community. How's Craig Kelly going?
No votes.
Oh,
But it's not just him. The Niall family got nothing either. They were Group G.
Oh, Niall! I forgot about Fred.
Silvana and Fred, they haven't got any votes.
Hang on, Stuart, let's just take a breath here. Are you saying that for the first time since 1981, Fred Niall has lost?
I am saying that, yes.
Oh, they're going to be happy people. Also, might I add, very upset people. He had a very loyal fan base, which happens when you're in there since 1981. That's extraordinary. Fred, I mean, it's not unsurprising that he's lost, given how he's running. But it's happened. So how about that? Fred Niall gone.
The lowest.
Sorry, Stu, I was going to cut you off there. It looks like Dominic Perrottet is indeed arriving. We're going to get that live shot up for you shortly. Keep talking though, but it looks like Perrottet will be speaking any second now. What I should add here is that as we mentioned before, he has already made that concession to Chris Minns, so he has formally conceded. We're just waiting for that speech now. That'll be any minute now. He's arriving, and we will bring that to you live here.
Right now, the lowest party to get votes would be Socialist Alliance, around 1,100. I'm opposite around 1,300.
Right.
So they're your lowest two.
This is going to be an interesting speech. Okay. All right. Let's get everyone on board here. There's five of us. No, four of us. Okay. Will Perrottet resign the leadership? Stuart?
Yes.
All right. Can we hear from Austin Pollock? Austin, do you think Perrottet will resign the leadership?
Yes.
Roman, do you think Perrottet will resign the leadership?
I feel like no.
Oh, the wrong vote. And I'll go yes as well to finally get something right. So...
that's what you say and you get it wrong, so I'm confident in my chances.
There we go. That's what we look like. That's our odds there in terms of what we think is going to happen with the leadership.
I think that guarantees it's going to stay in.
We're not going to have to wait too long to hear that. So who's going to replace him? There's the bigger question. Matt Keane's run his seat, so it's going to be Matt Keane. You can assume. I mean, who else? Name a New South Wales Liberal MP, Stuart. I can't think of anyone else.
I would have said Ayres, but Ayres is out as well. I would have said that Stuart Ayres is probably your best replacement, but he's gone.
Right. Yeah.
Can someone do a count and see if we have, with the number of Liberal losses, could National become the new opposition party?
No.
That'll be one.
Close. It's like 15-10 now, which is like uncomfortably close. Here is Dominic Perrottet, by the way. He will be speaking in just a sec. We'll bring up that audio when he does start speaking. But of course, he has conceded. This will just be the formal speech, and we'll see what happens there. So should be really interesting to hear what he has to say. But again, no surprise that he's already called to concede. It's well and truly it's over. So it's done. He is done. He's clearly looking, dismayed as you would after you lose an election. But that's the situation there. So you can see again Dominic Perrottet, and once we get the all clear, we'll bring up that audio for you and we'll let you know what he's going to say. But here he is. Here is New South Wales Premier Dominic Perrottet.
Thank you. Friends, thank you so much for being here this evening. A short while ago, I called Chris Minns to congratulate him and the Labor Party on their election victory. The people of New South Wales, the great people of New South Wales tonight have decided to elect a Labor government in this state, and that is a decision that we respect. I particularly tonight want to acknowledge the Leader of the Opposition. Elections can get ugly, but I believe this election truly was a race to the top. a genuine battle of ideas, and that's when politics is at its best. And in many ways, that is due to Chris Minns and the way that he's carried himself throughout this campaign. And that's why I truly believe and have no doubt that he will make a fine 47th Premier of New South Wales. Because I believe that he will lead with the same decency and the same integrity that he has led with so far. And ultimately, I ask everybody across New South Wales, whatever your political persuasion, to get behind him. Because when New South Wales goes well, our country goes well, and that is something tonight I believe we can all unite behind. Now, friends, it goes without saying, I think we all would wanted to have a different result this evening. But we as a party, we as a government, should be very proud of what we have achieved together. And I feel a profound sense of gratitude to have been able to serve the people of New South Wales. We, make no mistake, we have made history, being in government for the longest time since our party was formed. And our government has achieved so much in so many ways. Yes. We have kept New South Wales strong, free and fair. Friends, New South Wales is a much better place today than it was 12 years ago. And that will be the legacy of our Liberals and Nationals government here in our state. Our record is one of infrastructure, of investment and of imagination. We have rebuilt this state from the ground up with the biggest building agenda since Federation. We built the first metros when they said it couldn't be done. Motorways that have changed the face of our city. More schools and hospitals than any government in our history. And museums and stadiums befitting the world-class city and Australia's truly only global city. We have laid also the foundations for a strong future. With 3 more metros and the second airport opening soon, this will turbocharge and transform our state for generations. And at the same time, we've transformed service delivery with record investments in health, in education, in public transport, not to mention Service New South Wales. And we've done the work, our government has done the hard work to keep our economy strong, to keep jobs plentiful and taxes low, just like good Liberal governments do. Now, friends, when I took this job, I said I wanted to be a premier for families, and we have kept that promise with record support for families across the board. But we've also dared to imagine a different future, where every child gets access to 5 days free preschool before they start kindergarten. By getting rid of stamp duty so that we help first home buyers reach that great Australian dream faster, and a New South Wales state's budget that is not propped up by the rivers of tears from the misery of problem gambling in this state. Friends, we leave New South Wales a more stronger, more confident and more successful state than we found it. And we've achieved all of this. We've achieved all of this whilst navigating some of the most difficult times with droughts and fires and floods. We pushed through the pandemic and led our nation out of lockdown. Difficult decisions, but the right decisions. I particularly want to acknowledge tonight our communities who have been significantly affected by floods. And I want to particularly acknowledge the community in the Northern Rivers. The devastation and the challenges that we saw will stay with me for the rest of my life. But what's more is the selflessness, the generosity, the spirit of service that I saw of our people in those regions in the most difficult times. And sometimes it's through the darkest times that brings out the best. But the values and that spirit that I had the great privilege to witness as Premier of this state is something that will always be with me for the rest of my life, and it really shows to me how great Australia is and how great our people are. Friends, tonight, can I say I am very proud to lead my Liberal team. But I stand on the shoulders of those who have come before me. Barry O'Farrell, Mike Baird, and Gladys Berejiklian. Each of those leaders have left an indelible mark on our great state. Their legacies are strong, and New South Wales is a much better place for their leadership. And from my perspective, I couldn't have asked for better examples of leaders to learn from. I want to thank my coalition colleagues for all the support they have shown me as Premier of this state and during the campaign. My Deputy and Treasurer, Matt Keane, my former Deputy, Stuart Ayres. It doesn't appear that Stuart will have the result that he wanted or that I wanted this evening in Penrith, but Stuart can hold his head very high. He has served his community of Penrith incredibly well, and he has served our state with distinction. I want to thank the Deputy Premier and Leader of the National Party, Paul Teal. It has been a real privilege serving with him. He has been a champion for regional New South Wales, and on what is a difficult night for the coalition, it has been a strong night for the National Party, and it shows that the National Party is the party of regional New South Wales. I want to issue a special thank you to all the candidates for the Liberal Party who put their hands up to run at this election. I want to particularly thank those who were unsuccessful, but also those who have lost their seats this evening. Politics is tough, but each of those members who weren't successful tonight have served their communities with distinction, and I want to thank them so much for their service to the people of New South Wales. I want to acknowledge the Liberal Party organisation and particularly pass on my thanks to Chris Stone. Wherever Chris is. Chris has led a great team at Liberal Party headquarters and he's run many campaigns, but to be part of this team and the leadership that he has shown, Chris, thank you so very much. I want to thank all the ministerial and electorate staff who work tirelessly each and every day for the people of New South Wales. Thank you for everything that you have done over the last 12 years. To all the volunteers, not just in the Liberal Party, but volunteers from all political parties who today spent much of the day handing out, supporting our great democracy. Thank you for everything that you've done over the course of the day. But to everyone in the Liberal Party, I'd say this. This next period of time will not be easy, but it will be necessary. It is a time to reflect. It is a time to rethink and ultimately to renew. As leader of the Parliamentary Liberal Party, I take full responsibility for the loss this evening. And as a result, I will be standing down as the parliamentary leader, as the parliamentary leader of the Liberal Party. It's very clear. We need a fresh start. We need a fresh start. We need a fresh start. We need a fresh start for the Liberal Party. I want to thank the community of Epping and recognise their continued support and thank them very much for supporting me at this election. Of all the 93 electorates across the state, Epping is the best. It is my, and I've had a few. It is the best because it is my home, and thank you so much for your support. Lastly, and most importantly, I want to acknowledge my family, particularly Helen, for everything she's done. Helen is an amazing support, and I could not do this job and serve the people of our state without everything that she does for me and our family every single day. So thank you so much. To my kids, who should be asleep, but they're probably not, Charlotte, Amelia, Annabelle, William, Harriet, Beatrice and Celeste, you're not asleep, so I just want to say I love you very much. Thank you for everything. I want to finish tonight by saying that I didn't get into politics for a job. I got into politics to serve. And I want to thank every person across New South Wales for the great opportunity that you have given me. It has been an absolute honour and privilege, the greatest honour and privilege that I've had in my entire life. Thank you and good night.
So there we go. That was Dominic Perrottet, the outgoing New South Wales Premier, resigning as Liberal Party leader. He has formally resigned. To quote him in that speech, he said, "We need a fresh start. We need a fresh day." He's said that about 5 times. He said, "We need a fresh start." But certainly someone would call it a pretty graceful resignation speech and a concession speech. Certainly, you know, he's taken responsibility for what's going on, and you know, he's also put out his thoughts to Stuart Ayres, his former deputy, who's obviously now gone from that role, and look, it's going to be really, you know, interesting to see. It's going to be really interesting to see how the Liberals go from here. As he said, as Dominic Perrottet actually said himself, you know, they need a fresh start. For the record, these were our predictions on whether he'd resign as leader or not. Wonder who said no. It wasn't me. For once, I got it right. Let's bring in the rest of our team for tonight because we are waiting for, of course, Chris Minns to speak. We know Anthony Albanese is going to introduce him. Let's first go to Stuart Jeffrey. It's actually amazing. Every other person on this panel is a Queenslander and I'm a Victorian. This is real coverage. Let's bring in Stuart Jeffrey, though. Stuart, what did you make of that speech? Definitely, you know, I wasn't surprised he resigned as leader, but a pretty, you know, graceful concession speech, you'd have to say.
Well, firstly, congrats, Leo. You broke the curse. You finally got one right. Once I think this means that you're going to be set for the rest of life. It's finally not going to be the opposite of what you say every time.
Well, I was saying don't
that's a
rule out
relief for
coalition
everyone.
minority, and it ended up being the total opposite of it, and it's a Labor majority. So let's just, be careful there. But
But yes, no, it's who's left to lead the party? The whip's gone.
Matt
Ez
Keane.
is gone.
Matt
Erica
Keane.
is gone.
Matt Keane. It's only Matt Keane at this point.
If Matt Keane's in, then I reckon John Roddick should resign. If he's that anti-Keane, resign in protest.
Oh gosh. All right, and then who's second on the LDP ticket? That's of course if he gets in. But look, it's pretty incredible, and I want to get to the upper house in a second. It was a really interesting situation that we're now in, because you've got people you'd think maybe be leader, and you had so many senior MPs: Brad Hazzard, Victor Dominello. They're gone now. Either people have lost or they've just quit. So it's going to be. I couldn't pick your leader. Matt Keane is my only guess at this point.
Could we see an upper house premier? That's a question.
Nationals upper house leader. How about that? Nationals opposition leader. I almost said upper house there. But yeah, if we just want to take a look, and Maggie Perry, who I'm sure is watching, has been feeding us great details on what is going on here. But again, the numbers in the upper house we should look at here: potentially 8 Labor, 6 Coalition, 2 Greens, 1 One Nation, 1 AJP, 1 LDP, 1 Legalised Cannabis, 1 Shooters Fishers. Now, of course, let's not forget that the no group voting tickets here, which as we know, Stuart, is a nice, unique, different feature, and I think there's people who would be very happy, although plenty of minor parties would love it if it was around. But it's always interesting, because I know Liberal Democrats really didn't seem happy that they did not receive those preferences from One Nation or preference recommendations.
Especially given that they preference those parties themselves, it is definitely interesting. And I'm sure there's politics in there. We know, for example, that neither Family First nor the UAP actually ran as parties. I'm pretty sure Lib Dems did preference Group A, which was Lyle Shelton's group.
Yeah, I definitely don't think they preferenced parties. I definitely
half of those parties in the Freedom Alliance weren't actually parties. So it did affect their preferencing, I reckon. It's possibly why we didn't see preference going from One Nation towards Group A into Kelly's group. Then the letter escaped me. But it is interesting that we didn't see them preference, say, Lib Dems, for example. The one benefit of this system.
Oh, geez. Sorry, Stuart, I just saw Matt Keane on the ABC there. Oh my gosh, is he not looking happy at all? Which you'd argue fair enough, but geez.
The one benefit for the Freedom Party Alliance from the OPV system is they don't, unless you're the Lib Dems, you don't have to pick a lesser evil. Like One Nation doesn't have to say vote Liberal, not Labor, or vote Labor, not Liberal. The problem they just find themselves in, and that resolves that problem for them. So I reckon it's potentially a preference towards exhausting votes in these parties, and as a result, not preferencing anyone, especially for One Nation. That's not for One Nation as well, might I say. They didn't do any preference deals that got multiple candidates above double digits for primaries.
They're not doing too bad, One Nation. You can say that, fair enough. Hey, might I remind you, there are a few below the line candidates, probably the most infamous being Fred Nile, who seems to have lost. But we all remember, we don't remember, but Stuart, I think we all know the infamous 1999 tablecloth ballot with the ridiculous amount of candidates.
Aren't we all like Gen Z?
Yeah, it's
What do you mean remember?
Point is, that was the start of the jury chaos. Anyway.
True. Yeah, I'll give you that.
I reckon this shirt's appropriate. I'd wear it if I didn't have a suit on. But
no, we have to get you a shirt saying I didn't vote for your party, and then you can wear this when you turn 18.
Yeah, well, you'll have to get that soon, because otherwise, I'll be too I'll actually be able to vote, so I better hurry up with that. Actually, the shout out to Doc Hit for that shirt, by the way. I am not paid to say that. But you know, the upper house is going to be very interesting, and I would argue more critical now because there's no hung parliament. So the balance of power where legislation can be stopped here is with those minor parties in the upper house. And might I remind you, this is now an upper house that, including the majors, we will have Shooters, Greens, Lib Dems, One Nation, AJP, just for a start. How about that?
And don't forget both legalised cannabis and Lib Dems in there as well. And so that you'll have, what's that, two Freedom Party senators, probably three Freedom Party senators plus legalised cannabis. This gives you a good group there. On the left, you've got one Animal Justice and what would be three Greens. Or four Greens, or so there will be. That's
what we're not sure about, there. Stuart. It's looking like bottom. It'll be either like third Green or AJP in terms of the lower house, upper house. Excuse me.
But either way, you're going to have two groups of four. One from the. I know saying. Legalised cannabis is one of those weird parties that they change state to state. I know they're probably more right wing, for example, in Western Australia, but more left wing in Victoria. It remains to be seen what they're like in this as well. Although, given that the lead candidate is a former Greens MP, I don't think you're going to see the Freedom Party want to work with them too much. So it will be interesting to see how this works because they are going to hold the balance of power. So it will be interesting to see how Labor will get things through their house because
just getting it. So, and I was just going to say, just getting word from Maggie Perry, Animal Justice looks way ahead of the third Green. Linda June Coe is the third on the ticket. She's obviously, a figure I think would be the Greens were pushing for another Indigenous representative. But I don't want to say it doesn't look like she's going to get in, but it's going to be a race with the AJP there. Of course, AJP will have one MLC regardless. It's a matter of whether they can retain their second. I believe the incumbent is retiring. So it's a matter of whether they continue that. They got a really good ballot position, by the way. Group C, they're the first registered party on that ballot on the upper house. So not too bad for them at all. We are still waiting, by the way, as all of you at home can assume, for Chris Minns and also Anthony Albanese. But of course, we'd love your thoughts. What do you think will happen under a Labor government? Are you surprised by these results? Let us know in the live chat right now. We'll keep reading out your comments. You know what? Let's go back just for a nice bit of fun. Let's go to Cessnock again, hey? Why not? And is it still versus One Nation?
Hasn't changed.
Isn't that incredible? Of course, 26.8%. So it's a Labor, One Nation, two-party preferred. Legalised cannabis still ahead of the Nationals in that primary vote. So yeah, that's Cessnock for you. This is what happens when you got a disendorsed candidate. What's the other seat with a disendorsed? I believe it's is it Wyong? Yes, it is. Liberals are still up there. Oh, actually, it's almost happening in Wyong. Yeah, look at that. 20.3% Liberal, 15.6% One Nation. So we almost had another type situation there in terms of what's going on there.
And that vote share, 15.6% of the vote as well. Is that higher?
That's up 50, yeah, and might I add to that, down 11.2% Liberal. Labor on primary down 1. So yeah, Sustainable up 4, Greens down 0.8. So that's big for One Nation, put simply. Not
One Nation,
of course, and not even up to two-party preferred, but it's not bad.
Also third in Campbelltown, also third in Camden. Earlier, I congratulated John Roddick for getting Lib Dems in third in Campbelltown. I was wrong then. They're now fifth. But you do have One Nation sitting in third there. You've got One Nation sitting in third in Camden. I'm going to go over all these electorates and do a list of how many One Nations came in third or fourth.
Stuart, I swear, please, this is going to be either you can work with Maggie Perry on this, but this has got to be some kind of piece, because the amount of situations where you have double-digit One Nation is big, and it's not like they're barely scraping in. They're doing really well in some of these seats.
How's this for you? The seat of Clarence, Nats first, Labor second, legalised cannabis third, Greens fourth.
No One Nation running, I presume?
No.
Right.
No One Nation. But legalised cannabis beating out the Greens.
And you have no affiliation running there too. You know what's weird? Shooters didn't run again. They had 16.8% of the vote last time. Why wouldn't they run? That's weird. But yeah.
Shooters did run in Cootamandra, I will say. They did 8.9% of the vote. There's a few shooters that are in, as said before, there are a few shooters, people scattered around. Dubbo's their best bet, where it's almost 15% on primary. Dubbo's their, but Dubbo, they're doing better in Dubbo than they did in their own former seats. Like, let's compare that to Orange, for example. Orange, of course, being a neighbouring electorate to the southwest, I believe, when shooters got 5.2%, so they got triple the vote they did in one of their own former electorates.
Right. Let's go back to Roman McKenna now. There we go. I'll make him jump. For you know what? Actually, right as he said that, elbows come out. All right, Roman, forget it. We'll come back to you later. Here's Anthony Albanese, Prime Minister, introducing Chris Minns at the Labor Party event. Let's watch live.
Respect to their elders, past, present and emerging, and recommit the government that I'm proud to lead for supporting the recognition of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people in our national birth certificate, our constitution this year. Friends, tonight, the people of New South Wales have come together to choose a better future. Tonight, a fresh start for New South Wales begins. And it starts with a great leader. A leader with vision, compassion and integrity. A leader guided by fairness, equality and the fair go. A leader whose instinct is always to bring people together. A leader who has surrounded himself with a united team, distinguished by its talent and the trust in which they are so deservedly held. A leader who knows what it really matters to the people of this great state. That, friends, is a Labor leader. Chris Minns has been a great leader for New South Wales Labor. And after tonight, he will be a great Premier for the people of New South Wales. And I add this, no matter where you live and no matter who you voted for today, Chris Minns will be your Premier. Now, I have had the very good fortune of knowing Chris for many, many years. And what I know without doubt is that he embodies all that is best about the Australian Labor Party. He embodies what makes us the Australian Labor Party. He is a leader whose vision is one that always has people at its heart. And with Chris, his great team and all the energy and talent that they will bring to government. Please give a big hand for my friend, the Premier of New South Wales, Chris Minns.
So there's a bit of a crowd crush there for Chris Minns as the Premier-elect makes his way to the stage.
But as you Deputy Premier Prue Carr's there giving him a hug. But as you point out, he's not a fist pumper, is he?
No, I noted
Modest
that.
in victory.
Yeah, he's true to form, I suppose, Ashley, isn't he? In the subdued, not subdued, but modest approach that he's taking here. Obviously, a bit more excitement in the Labor crowd around him, as you can see.
That's a long, long time in opposition, Penny Sharp.
It is. I don't think they've done one of these where we've won before, so they haven't actually made the plan of how they get him to the stage.
It's like the mosh pit there right now.
I perhaps needed to think about that a little bit more.
But for the Prime Minister
and you are just watching
the stage,
live right now as we wait for Chris Minns to start speaking. He is, of course, being introduced by Anthony Albanese. It's been a long night. And there we go. That's the two leaders. Bit reminiscent of the federal election. But there you go. That is Anthony Albanese speaking there with Chris Minns, and we're expecting them to speak. We just heard from Anthony Albanese. Sorry, we're expecting Chris Minns to speak very shortly. And I'm showing shortly is in a few seconds. He, of course, will be the 47th Premier, first Labor Premier since 2011 in New South Wales. So let's listen in now. Here's Chris Minns.
I didn't think we'd make it through. Friends, after 12 years in opposition, the people of New South Wales have voted for a fresh start. I'd like to acknowledge the traditional owners and thank all of you for being here. I'd like to acknowledge and thank all our wonderful Labor volunteers right across New South Wales. Thanks for the heart and soul that you put into our party. The most important thing you can give is your labour, and to do it in the cause of something that you love and care about is a special thing. The Labor Party would be nothing without you. We owe you everything. Thank you so much. To our candidates, to our members of Parliament, and the best deputy leader any party could ever have, to Prue Carr. who will be a wonderful education minister in this great state. Thanks for everything, Prue. To all of the volunteers in the state seat of Kogarah, thank you so much. Thought it was going to be close, but in the end we got there. Thanks very much. We managed to get Nicholas over the line as well, which is a big win. And congratulations to Rockdale as well, and in particular... And in particular, my mate Steve Camper. Thanks so much for everything, Steve. Also, a huge thank you to the Prime Minister of this country, Anthony Albanese. I don't know where he's gone, but Anthony, thanks for everything. And thank you so much for putting your heart and soul into the New South Wales Labor campaign. We truly, truly appreciate it. Friends, the people of New South Wales voted to put in a government that would put people at the heart of all decision-making, and we will not let them down. Moments ago, I got a phone call from the Premier of New South Wales, Dominic Perrottet, congratulating New South Wales Labor on its victory here tonight. And I would like to say thank you to the Premier for his service on behalf of the people of New South Wales. And I know from Anna and myself, we want to say thank you to Helen and Dominic for their service to the people of this state. I think it's undeniably the case that this election campaign, perhaps uniquely, was a model of respect and civility. And neither party took the low road, neither political party took the low blow. And I think it can be a model for the way democracy is done right across this country. Now, I can't say that every election campaign in the future will be conducted the same way, but from now on, no one will be able to say that it can't be. We started effectively 2 years ago with a promise to the people of New South Wales that we would run an election campaign asking people to vote a positive vote for New South Wales Labor and not just a negative vote against the government. And I'm proud to say today the people of New South Wales voted for the removal of the unfair wages cap in New South Wales. Friends, they voted for our nurses, our teachers. They voted for our paramedics and police. And there was a basic acknowledgement at the end of the day that during the COVID emergency, the people of New South Wales that work in our hospitals and our schools, in our emergency departments, put themselves second and the public first and put their own safety and health to one side to look after the people of New South Wales. So New South Wales Labor pledges to look after the people who looked after us. It's undeniably the case that today's election was also a decisive vote against privatisation. To retain Sydney Water and Essential Energy in New South Wales government hands, to put it into the Constitution and to never sell it, and to stop all future governments selling the assets that we need to live, thrive and survive in New South Wales. There are many challenges facing the state of New South Wales over the next 4 years, but the team that I lead is ready for the challenges and opportunities of government, and we will not let the people of this state down. I want to take this opportunity to acknowledge my wonderful staff, including Sarah Michael, Ed Avadia, Zach Solomon, Lockie Harris, and of course the little General James Cullen. My electorate office as well, Cherie, Cheryl, Loretta and Jessie, thanks so much for everything. Cherie Burton down there. A huge shout out to the New South Wales Party office, led by General Secretary Bob Namva. Thank you so much, Bob. And Bob's two deputies, Dom Offner and George Simon. Tireless work, putting the interests of the party first, working around the clock, and the results speak for themselves. A huge thank you to the trade union movement of New South Wales. Men and women who put the interests of working people at front and centre in this election campaign. We thank you for your solidarity, your hard work and your commitment to your members. Thanks so much. To my mum and dad, John and Cara, and to my in-laws, Tom and Kath, thanks for everything. And to our three boys, Joe, Nicholas and George. And thanks, Nicholas, for being the campaign spokesperson at the very end. We really appreciate that. And lastly, to my wonderful wife, Anna, who... I'm really glad she wasn't running in Cogra. I'd be in real trouble. Thanks so much, honey. Thanks for everything. Look, after 12 years in opposition, I want to say to the people who voted for Labor or voted for the Liberals and Nationals or voted for independents or minor party candidates today, we've been elected by the people of this state, but we will govern for everyone in New South Wales. We know that the challenges are huge, we know the responsibilities are awesome, but New South Wales Labor is back and ready to govern in this great state. Thank you so much.
There we go, that was Chris Minns, New South Wales Labor leader and incoming Premier, speaking there after being introduced by
47th Premier of New South Wales, Chris Minns,
will be
celebrating
the
the moment there with
47th
his
Premier
family
of New South Wales. Obviously, huge for him and for the Labor Party when you remember that the last time they were in government was 2011. Let's bring in Stuart Jeffrey once again for us tonight. Stuart, you know, this final result, it's not yet decided, but, you know, it's a Labor majority. We can safely say that. Do you think there's anywhere else where we could see those last-minute swings one way or another?
So there are still a couple of close, which is why they are close, because we could see last-minute wins, whether it be the Labor Liberals is definitely an option for it. I guess probably if you're looking at potentially ways that Liberals can claw something back, you've got Holsworthy that they could come back in. Goulburn, they can potentially come back there as well. You've got a couple options for them. In terms of Labor, Labor's probably going to win Yama right now. Gareth Ward is basically out there.
Gareth Ward, for those who forget, by the way, the Liberal turned independent, suspended from Parliament. And might I add, he has been winning for most of the night. So, you know.
Probably the closest ones in my mind will be Willoughby, where the independent can still win. I believe the Teal independent in that seat. There's still a chance there for Teals. Probably Pittwater as well. Liberal have scraped ahead. Again, you've got a chance for Teals there right now. It's very, very close. It's 27 votes in it in Pittwater. It's still very, very close there. Oatwater is another one to watch very, very close in that seat. Probably the most important one for me, I think, to watch would be Miranda, where you've got a gap of around 150. It's a massive swing towards Labor, and that's where Simon Earl is running right now for Labor against the incumbent Liberal MP.
Gee, so Simon Earl wins. I mean, that will be a seat. That's a bit of an upset. Let's get on to the upper house, though, for a bit of a moment here, because it's, again, shaping up to be really interesting. Based on the numbers, we could have something roughly around 7 to Labor, 7 to the Coalition, 2 to the Greens, 1 to One Nation. We were speculating 2 could be 1 to the Liberal Democrats, 1 to Shooters Fishers, 1 to legalise cannabis. So the former Greens MP Jeremy Buckingham is back, and then 1 to animal justice, or potentially that could be a third Greens seat, but that one seems to be down to the wire. But Liberal Democrats could certainly get in, as could legalise cannabis. And so that's going to be really crucial, because without a hung parliament, the big balance of power role with these crossbenches is going to be the upper house, isn't it?
I think it's going to be interesting seeing what happens if the legalised cannabis lead candidate gets in. He'll be alongside 3 or 4 Greens MPs, and there's some history there. So I reckon that'll be interesting to see what happens in the first couple weeks of Parliament once they're sitting side by side on the crossbench, holding that balance of power. Definitely still an option for minor parties there. Several Greens, several One Nations. Mark Latham probably gets pointed back in. If not, either he gets pointed back in to fill his old seat, or he gets given this seat, gaining seats to the Lib Dems. Shooters could retain their seat. That's up for grabs, so it's not guaranteed. Animal Justice still in the chance. Lyle Shelton and Elizabeth Farley independents, they're hanging around as outside chances. Currently, EFI is ahead of Shelton, although they've been going up and down all the time. We could see a situation there like we did see with David Lyneham in 2019, where they just miss out. That's probably the most likely scenario there.
But of course, I think this Liberal situation with them just recommending preferences to the LDP could certainly help. Might I add, Fred Nile, first elected in 1981, he is gone. Former Christian Democrats turned Seniors United, turned Christ in Government, turned Revive Australia MP. He's gone. So that is an extraordinarily long time in Parliament. He's 88 years old. Chris Minns, of course, he'd be very happy tonight, as you can probably guess here. Might I add, let's not forget, until the governor makes that appointment, Perrottet is still officially the premier. So we're not waking up to Perrottet being officially gone as premier yet. But he's going to have to work on that cabinet. He's lucky, though. It doesn't seem like any Labor MPs have lost out. The only place where we thought that might have happened was Lismore, but that's, not going ahead. So the big work it'll now would be the cabinet, you'd imagine.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure from memory, all of the important shadow MPs still have really safe seats. So, of course, no one's lost their seat, and those shadow MPs are all in comfortable spots in their seats, as they are right now. And generally, you want to have a safe seat if you want to try and angle for party leadership or being a shadow minister. The exception there being Chris Minns, whose seat before this was arguably the most marginal, in theory at least. He's now had definitely. He's had a 16.32% swing towards him, making it one of the safest seats, one of the best swings we've seen all night. So he's definitely sitting in a really comfortable spot right now, and it will be pretty easy to fill out these shadow cabinets because, as we've said, no Labor MP has lost their seat in either house.
Unless you exclude like someone being bumped down on the ticket in the upper house. But Labor, they're not losing their numbers. They could get up to 8 and Coalition 6 instead of 7 and 7. But we'll have to wait and see there. So look, it's going to be fascinating to see how that unfolds. Stuart Jeffrey, thank you very much. Let's now bring in Austin Pollock, national reporter, to look at what exactly this means for the Liberals going forward. Austin, it's going to be an interesting time moving forward when they actually have to decide a leader. A lot of the people you'd speculate would be leader are either not going to be in Parliament anymore because they've lost or they didn't recontest here. And at the same time, if there's a few really unhappy Liberal MPs, they might quit. We could have by-elections. Just bring on the chaos because, why not?
Really, it's definitely not a good night for the Liberals. Firstly, obviously Matt Kean would be a good chance of becoming the next leader of the Liberal Party, and also one that I might throw out there, the Attorney General Mark Speakerman. He is winning his seat of Cronulla, which he could be very well a chance if Matt Kean doesn't want to, or the party prefers Mark Speakerman to be the next party leader. But it's certainly going to be a long way up, long rebuild for the Liberal Party. And as what Dominic Perrottet did say, he said, the Liberal Party does need to rebuild, and it's certainly a tough loss tonight, and it's going to be a lot of work going forward for the Liberal Party in New South Wales.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Nationals, by the way, they appear to have only lost one seat. They're not doing too badly. So they'd be obviously disappointed in the general result. But in terms of their own seats, I think they'd be pretty happy that they've managed to sustain their basically, stay where they were, although they didn't manage to get back some of those ex-Shooters Fishers seats.
Yeah, because they've got Coffs Harbour, they're retaining a lot of their seats. Yeah, you're 100% right, and of course that is a good plus for the coalition.
Absolutely. We'll keep coming back to you, Austin Pollock. Thank you very much. Now to political editor Roman McKinnon. Roman, what did you make of those leader speeches there? Obviously, you had a pretty good introduction for Chris Minns, the Prime Minister, introducing him. You had the former Prime Minister, John Howard, was at the Liberal event. But certainly it's been a very, very happy night for Labor supporters right across the country and for, evidently, Labor leaders.
Most definitely, and I think I'll just get back to that point, but I think Dominic Perrottet, no matter who you like, as a party, who you like, what do you think of him? I think he was very gracious and accepting in the fact that he had lost the election and that he had resigned. It was a very calm and kind of down-to-earth kind of resignation, and sort of along the lines of that. But as you mentioned, John Howard was at Liberal HQ, Prime Minister Anthony Albanese, the Rabbitohs and Manly game, that is the NRL. He left the first half to be at this. Didn't think he would go, this fast, but he made it there, and he gave Chris Minns one of the probably best introductions you could get, getting the Prime Minister to introduce you as the new Premier. And I think a lot of those Labor faithful really knew that this was a very big, very huge, important moment for the past 12 years, from getting out of opposition back into government after, if Dominic Perrottet and the coalition were to be re-elected, that would be their 4th term. So, and you know what they say in politics, government doesn't get any better into the 4th term. So it was definitely very good in both ways. Of course, I mentioned Dominic Perrottet graciously defeating and obviously conceding directly and privately to Chris Minns, and Chris Minns obviously getting that rockstar reception as such.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be an interesting direction for where these New South Wales Liberals go, and also who they'll eventually back as leader. And you wonder, because I mean that they're not exactly at a WA Liberal style level, but of course they only have a certain amount of MPs. You wonder what kind of role Dominic Perrottet will take on in the party, because evidently, while the seat's marginal, he is staying on. Might I add, a by-election, they would probably lose that, I reckon. But you wonder, is he just going to be on the backbench for the rest of his parliamentary time? You know, he's less than he didn't even get a full term as premier, or what's going to happen here? Is he going to try for a senior ministry role? Because again, which I think that's less likely, but again, they don't exactly have that many numbers to go for it. I mean, I think it could be about 17, 18 at most when you combine both houses, excluding the Nationals, of course.
Just like kind of Scott Morrison did when he conceded at last year's federal election. He moved to the backbench. Will Dominic Perrottet do that? I'm not quite sure. I feel like the backbench may be a bit too far. Maybe he might take on kind of strong and say transform or something along those lines. He could strive at as well. Not at the forefront and center like shadow treasurer, deputy opposition leader, things like that, but a little bit further back, just to kind of take the spotlight away from him slightly, but to give it to that new leader. In terms of who might be that new leader, obviously not sure yet. It's still quite early days, as you mentioned. Technically, Dominic Perrottet is still the premier, but obviously counting has now closed for the night. It won't happen tomorrow. It will resume into next week. So still a long way to go in kind of this. We all know who the premier is and who now, or we don't know who the opposition leader is. But now Dominic Perrottet has resigned, but there's still a few unknowns, like who will be the next opposition leader for the coalition.
Absolutely, going to be really interesting to follow all that. Roman, thank you. Stuart, look, the interesting thing, of course, the novelty is people need to remember, we can all joke and the headlines will all say it, but when people wake up in New South Wales, their premier will not be Chris Minns. It will still be Dominic Perrottet. Now, of course, the interesting thing was what happened with the Governor-General when it came to Albanese, because he was sworn in very fast with an interim ministry because he had to go off to Tokyo. He was sworn in on the Monday after the Saturday election. But this whole process, this constitutional process, be that state or territory or federal level, is always a unique element to look at. Perrottet, still the premier for the moment. Stuart, you're on mute.
Well, that's embarrassing. Sorry. What I was saying was, potentially middle of the week or end of the week, but if waiting any longer than that for Perrottet to be sworn in, probably waiting for some of these seats to be wrapped up. It definitely gives him more room to have the shadow cabinet sworn in then, if he can confirm some of those MPs. I personally reckon that's not going to be much of an issue. I feel like he's going to appoint more not shadow MPs, more members of his ministry from people who are already in Parliament, people who already have had, say, a term or two in the shadow ministry, who will probably appoint them. I don't think we'll see too many new faces appearing, at least in senior cabinet positions. So he's as dependent on that. But I reckon potentially looking at, say, Wednesday, Thursday for being sworn in.
Yeah, it's going to be a close one to keep following. But yeah. So Stuart, here's your little free kick. Where would be the best place in future to find all the constitutional stuff when it comes to governors and all that in Australia? Would there be a place? Something. I mean, a good name would be something like what do you call? What's short for governor? Gov check. Would you check? How's that for a name?
What an interesting question to ask me. Yes, so I guess it's time we do finally announce it, that as of, I believe, April the 7th, we are launching GovCheck, 60's 6 News Australia's Law and Government Department. It fully justifies having me as Law and Government Editor. I'm the editor of me. So now I'll actually have a team to be the editor of. So we are launching April 7th. Folks, all of April will be focused on international, US, UK law and how it's influenced the development of Australian law. For example, looking at the Tasmanian dam controversy, which is actually what catapulted the Greens to being first in the Tasmanian government with Bob Brown and then federal. Looking at things like the Statute of Westminster, and that'll lead into our coverage of The Voice starting in May, which I believe is going to also pass through the Senate at the same time. So looking at things like deaths in custody and the Royal Commission that looked into that and these sorts of issues, and also the development of Aboriginal rights over the past two centuries. So definitely lots of issues there will be coming up, and we'll be discussing them on the 6 News website and launching our currently the podcast between Parks Place and Capitol Hill will be being transformed into a 6 News bulletin, probably coming out on each Thursday night, where we'll be interviewing lawyers and legal experts and politicians, not just about the court side of things, but also about how legislation works and how the executive makes decisions and these sorts of issues. Of course, I'm not going to stomp on Austin or Roman. They can keep talking about politics for all as much as they want to. We'll be focusing more on the government side of things rather than the politics side of things.
Yeah, absolutely. And look, there's your little free kick. There's your plug. No, good stuff there. So yeah, we'll check the numbers for you in a moment. I want to get your thoughts just again, Roman, because we're in a situation here where we have a majority that's pretty clear cut. But it seems the question right now is, how big can it get? And based on these numbers, I'm just looking at them, but it really can improve for Labor to the point where, we are talking about something many would consider even a landslide. Roman? Nope. All right. Don't think Roman. And we do have Roman.
Yeah. Sorry.
You didn't hear that then? No. All right. I'll move on for a sec. Let's just come back. Let's just have a look at kind of the situation where we are at right now, because the New South Wales Parliament is going to certainly look very different right now. 47 seats were needed to win. Labor has gotten it. They are predicted to win 50, according to the ABC. The Coalition, 27 seats. They're predicted to get up to 31. The Greens have got 3, will stay at 3. The others, so that could be that's really just independents at this stage, 7 could get up to 9. In the upper house, it's looking like a fairly even split, either 8-6 or 7-7 Labor and the Coalition. 2 to 3 Greens, 1 Animal Justice, 1 Shooters, 1 One Nation, 1 legalised cannabis, and 1 Liberal Democrat. So it's going to be a very different upper house. Fred Nile, the long-serving former Christian Democrat, elected in 1981, has lost his seat. It's going to be a very new-look parliament. Of course, many senior Liberals retiring. Dominic Perrottet, he will not be leading the party going on from this. Of course, we now have a new Premier there in Chris Minns, the 47th Premier of New South Wales, introduced by Anthony Albanese at the Labor event today. Tonight, I should say. So in terms of who will be the new leader, well, an obvious choice would be Matt Keane for many, the deputy. Stuart Ayres, the former deputy, well, he's definitely not in. He's lost his seat. Matt Keane, however, has retained his seat with a swing against him, and he could be in. However, of course, that's not without controversy. Many have seen he's gone too far to the left. That's the perception from some, including some in the broader party in the base. It's been a messaging we heard earlier from the Liberal Democrats, John Ruddock, and also we've been hearing it from people like the One Nation's Mark Latham. So we're going to have to see in that regard. But huge swings to Labor, those predictions of a minority and even the coalition potentially hanging on in the event of a hung parliament are done. Labor definitely in majority right now. The Greens are staying where they were. Shooters Fisher's vote has gone down, with all three former Shooters Fisher's independents actually managing to retain their own seats. And One Nation, some really high votes for them, getting up to third in some areas, second in a two-candidate preferred situation in the seat of Cessnock, and we will see what happens there. Legalised cannabis also not doing too badly in Cessnock either. They're fourth. And again, they're a chance of going back into the upper house. Jeremy Buckingham going back into the upper house, the former Greens MP, on the legalised cannabis ticket. Well, look, we're approaching 11 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time. We're going to wrap up our coverage for this evening now. Thank you very much for everyone for tuning in. A reminder, for the latest coverage overnight, head to our website, SIXNewsAU.com, and follow us on social media. Just search 6NewsAU to find us. On behalf of the entire team, Austin Pollock, Stuart Jeffrey, Roman McKinnon, Heidi Peachner, Ben Kyoko, and everyone behind the scenes, thank you very much for tuning in to 6 News as New South Wales decides, and stay tuned for more coverage of the results until every last seat and every last vote is counted. I'm Leonardo Puglisi in our election headquarters. Enjoy the rest of your evening and have a great night.